So, welcome everyone to this second day of TED Together, to our communities of hands-on partners. So these are the people, we are the people who get things done. No disrespect to our policy colleagues. But between eSenders, reusers, Ontology and ESPD contributors, that's pretty in the world of implementation. Do you want to say some words to introduce us? So today, I'll be your host today on behalf of everyone else. So I think most people in the room were here yesterday. So you know how to get around the building, you know where the coffee is and lunch later on. For the timing of today, we will have one break this morning. So at 11 o'clock, there will be a coffee break. And then lunch should be around 12:45 Central European time. So we'll try to keep to the schedule, so we're on time, especially for the people online who might be coming and going. Just to remind you, the sessions will be recorded and posted in a few days' time, maybe next week. The presentations also will be added to the website where you registered with the agenda. That should be on there in the next couple of days. We will also try the questions and answers we got yesterday and the ones we will get today. We will try to group them together and publish them, maybe not as quickly as the other things, but we will try and get clean answers, so it's easier to read through them later. And there will be photos taken, those of you in the room, so if you don't want to be in a photo, just step to one side, and we will be posting some on social media. If you're active on social media, you can tag it as TED Together 2024, all in one word. And if you need Wi-Fi, there are passwords around the place. If you have any practical questions, just ask one of us from the organizing groups if you need to find your way. So in the room, as you know, we share the microphone. We switch them on and off if you need to intervene. For the people online, please post your questions on Slido. So we'll be opening up Slido shortly. It's the same connection as yesterday. It's also there, slido.com, either with the QR code, or you type in TED-Together 2024. That takes you in. You can start connecting. After each presentation, if we have time, we can take questions from the room. And if you have even more time, we can start looking at the Slido questions. If not, there's plenty of time this afternoon for all the questions that come through. So we'll be working through the Slido questions chronologically, one by one as they come in, to make sure no question is left behind. And the WebEx chat, we won't look for questions, but if there's any technical issues, if you can't hear, let us know. So we'll try and keep an eye on that as well. So just to check, what do we do, Slido first? For the agenda, there'll be four presentations this morning. I'll be presenting the business aspects for eSenders. Mark Christopher Schmidt will be presenting the outlook for legislation and policy. Then we break for coffee. Then we have Daniel Simonsson from Mercell, who is one of possibly the biggest eSender, or at least the biggest multi-country eSender out there, how they have experienced eForms. And we'll finish off with Yanis presenting SDK 2 and broader aspects of SDK plans. And that will take us up to lunch. And then the questions we will tackle in the afternoon. And I think that's outstanding. Okay, let's just switch to Slido now. So get your phones, and we just have one question to get you warmed up. So if you're, where are you joining us from today? And what is the weather like for you? You can tell us as well. Here in Luxembourg, it's a bit colder than yesterday. but dry and grey. So, December in Luxembourg. So we have lots of you in Luxembourg. Yeah. You have Munich, cold and grey. India, pleasant. It's me. Cloudy Denmark. South of Alsace in France. Greece and sunny. Grenoble and sunny, that's good. Scotland, icy and cold. Sunny, dry, bleak. Foggy, misty. Estonia. Soft day in Luxembourg. Okay, that must be someone northern who finds today soft. India, Finland, Italy, rather cold, freezing. Trumpland, okay. Not yet, next month. Grey, very nice, very nice. I don't know if that's Nice, very nice, but, cold and grey. And in Hungary, it's melancholic. So, okay, so a bit of energy in the room for the end of the year. And I will introduce myself for the next presentation for business updates from eSenders. So, yes, this is the big wheel in the Christmas market in Luxembourg City. So, I was looking for a seasonal image, and this seemed suitable because the big wheel keeps on turning, and we're trying to keep on the wheel. And I also like the signposts on the side that don't go anywhere. So we have to fill those signposts in to find our way for the next steps. So I will try and sum up a little bit of what happened this year and what's happening ahead. So where has the year gone? It's gone quickly. Sometimes might have felt quite long getting things done. But this was the year when eForms went 100%. So in October last year was when we should all have been ready. That was quite challenging. So it was the 1st of February everyone was on eForms. What we counted here are the eForms of the past 11 months. So the January ones on the old formats are not counted, but it's almost, be over 700,000. This was the number last Wednesday. What we wanted to see is the average time to publish, because it's not directly related to eForms, but when we refreshed our applications, we allowed everyone to publish as soon as possible. That is an option, which means if you catch the next official journal, we can publish by the next day if you send us a notice before midday usually. And on average, we are catching within 2 days of OJS days. So these are the working days when we publish. So this eliminates the weekends and things like that. Our new systems managed to work, except once. In July, we had an incident and we published 2 notices late. So late being what the directive says, the publications office must publish within 5 calendar days. So out of 700,000, we missed it twice. We identified the issue, that shouldn't happen again. So for new systems, it worked okay. And hopefully you didn't notice too many disruptions, even though we know there have been some incidents you've noticed as eSenders. We had a quick look at some of the eForms features, which are available in eForms. So the preferred publication date, that is actually something that eForms allows the buyers to choose when they want to publish. So they are basically asking us when, if they don't want to publish in the 5 days, that's a possibility. And in fact, it doesn't make much difference when people have put in those dates, because the average publishing time is almost the same as the as soon as possible, the average. So it's not a big difference. But we also noticed that of those 29% that have set a date, in most cases, it's not very useful, because if you ask us to publish today or tomorrow, that's not going to go any faster. So we cannot publish today. As fast as possible is tomorrow. So that date is not always being used in a useful way. We also looked at the concept of unpublished fields. So this is the option where you can withhold information and publish at a later date, or at some point we allow it to be never published in results. And this is not widely used either. In a way, this is a good thing. Ideally, it's never used because everyone will publish transparently. But it's not being used that much. And partly we think it's because it's quite complicated to use. It's very granular, and you have to choose field by field which one you don't want to publish and why you're not publishing it and when you're going to publish it field by field. It's quite a heavy process. And I mention it again later, you cannot withhold the information about an organization, which is a very popular piece of information that you might not want to reveal if you can justify that. There's a group of lots concept that was used in eForms, which is not popular at all. I know in some countries it's been tailored out. And sorry, Rolf, you have something, please do.
Question is how many countries are using this feature, group of lots?
We can have another look. Just looking at first glance, I think it's people from a lot of Polish and Greeks who are using eNotices too. So I suspect it's a mistake. Because it's available, eNotices 2 offers you all possible fields. And there is an option group of lots, so people click on it and fill it in, even if they didn't mean to. So what we could do is try to break it down by countries where there is an eSender, where they might have made a choice of tailoring or not, and see who is left outside of the people who don't use eNotices too. But so we have to see if that's a useful thing to keep in the long term, or to use another concept which would actually be useful. But today it's not that popular. Okay, this one, hang on. How can we get this out of the way? I'll move that out of the way. Is that better? Yes, okay. It was me, it's my WebEx thing, was in the corner. Okay, so this shouldn't have too many surprises for you, those of you who are eSenders, or even those who are not eSenders. So you know, eSenders send us XML through our API. So they are the intermediaries between the buyers and us. They provide a very valuable service because either they have, well, they often are integrated with an eProcurement system, which has the information that helps to fill in the forms. They handle all the questions from the buyers, so thank you very much for that. And eNotices 2 is available for countries or buyers who don't have a platform to use. So there are 55 eSenders who submit 80% of the notices. eSenders being the ones that contact deliver directly to us. So we know in many countries there's a network of providers who might go through a central hub. So we only see the hub in that case. And then on eNotices 2, we have about 14,000 active users who submit the rest of the notices. I realize I should probably zoom this. I think I can do that. Maybe a bit easier to read. So it's sorted by countries who go to eNotices 2. So Poland is by far our biggest source of users for us on eNotices 2. Because there is one eSender, but they're very small. So almost all of Poland is coming to us. Spain has a mixture. There are a couple of eSenders, and the rest come through eNotices 2. Greece is 100% eNotices 2. And then we've seen some countries shift in during the year. So Portugal, France, Italy. We've seen the users go on to national platforms, which is a welcome development. And then the numbers go down. There are a few countries, if they're missing at the bottom, it's because it's below 10 notices. The time period is the last 3 months. There's no point looking back 11 months because the numbers have moved. So it's the last 3 months. There will be those of you who think you have a monopoly in your country. There are forms which are not always available in your platforms, especially the business registration ones. So it's not eForms, but we implement 3 other regulations for European companies, European interest groups, and European cooperative societies. They have to come directly to e-notices too. And 2 transport forms for the passenger transport services, which the users all come through e-notices too. Except Germany, I notice you also provide them through the hub. So these numbers that appear in countries where the numbers are low, it's usually those small forms which have not come through the eSender. That's why they might look a bit, if you're just wondering in your country why you don't have 100%. So that's the situation. Generally, more eSenders, the better. Fewer people for us to help with eNotices 2, because eNotices 2 offers too many fields. Everything, no tailoring, no integration, no eProcurement help for you. You're on your own, filling in one big form. Okay, SDK versions. So if you are signed up to the TED developer portal as an eSender, and if you've added your additional emails in that platform, we would have told you last Friday that there's been some changes in SDKs. So SDK 113 was released last week. We had released some release candidates since about mid-October. It took us longer than we wanted to get it released. So in agreement with the Commission, the older SDK versions, their lifespan has been expanded by 2 months. So for 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, 1.10, the deadline was the end of February, which is actually the deadline imposed by last year's amendment to the eForms regulation. So for those SDK versions, another 2 months have been added to allow a realistic chance of meeting the deadline. And 1.11 got added just by a week. It was April already, so we just rounded it up to the 30th of April. So the main target for upgrade is 1.12 and 1.13. So as I presented in September in the eSender workshop, the schema between 1.12 and 1.13 for the mandatory part is effectively the same. In fact, it is the same. The schema for 1.13 has a lot more fields because we added fields, but they're all optional features. So IPI, Energy Efficiency Directive, and the 6 new voluntary forms. So normally a schema of 1.12 looks the same as 1.13 if you don't use the voluntary part. So that if you are going to 1.12, 1.13 is achievable from a schema point of view. There are a few rule changes in 1.13. You'll see them in the release note. So your 1.12 XML might not validate immediately, but that step shouldn't be too bad of all the upgrades. And yes, there's a link there for the list of the available versions. In terms of availability to test, so since an hour ago, or 1 hour ago, we activated 1.13 in preview, so this morning. So if you want to get testing, you have a preview environment you can test. So you can start sending 1.13 if you want to and see what comes back and see how you're doing. In production, we will activate it in February when so the TED website has to be ready to visualize them. But hopefully you'll be testing for a couple of months, keeping you busy. And then when you're ready, we'll be able to publish them as well. Okay. Question about data quality. Yeah, please, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Alex Havranek, Czech Republic. When I look at the slides, there are 7 different versions in, I don't know, 1.5 years. Can you imagine how amount work is this? How big amount of money we have to spend to skip from one version to another? And my question is, what will be in the future? What will happen after November 2025? There will be another 7 versions next year? No, don't tell me, please. Please. Okay, sorry, my mistake. Because we would like to, we have linked system, not only the public system, but eProcurement system. Then we are creating something, I discussed it with Mark, something like PPDS in Czech Republic. And of course, the fields are linked in our register. So if we change the eForms, if we change the SDK, we have to change everything. Can we please slow down with releasing next versions in the future? Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Yes, so some of it in my slide, I'll show a little bit of what might be coming up. Mark Christopher will do the regulatory changes that are coming. Yanis will show the technical changes that are coming. So yes, so I put continuous change because there is continuous change. I'm not going to hide that it's going to keep changing.
But maybe one thing that already changed is that in the last year we had 6 versions, and this year we only had 3 versions. And I think that in the future it might be usually 2 versions. So the number of versions naturally will go down. So.
So the way that you phrased it makes it sound very dramatic. You said 7 changes in a year, a lot of money. Okay. I want to take what you say, literally. But if I take it literally, it doesn't match with my perception of the reality. Because if we look at the changes are recorded one by one. If we count them and look at them one by one, if you really had so much expenditure to adapt to those changes, then you are doing something wrong. Because the changes are not so complicated and not so many, and we can have a list, put it on the screen and count them one by one. So let's try to balance what are we talking really about. Yes, there is change. If you think that some of the change that happened was unjustified, we can discuss it. If you think that something that changed was extremely expensive, we can discuss it. But in my perception is that there was not so much change. Yes, there were many versions, which gives you an argument to say, yeah, many versions, many changes, all right? But if you look at the changes, it's not so, it doesn't seem to me as grave as I perceive it from your phrasing, all right?
Okay, sorry. I didn't want to be dramatic, sorry. But my point is, of course, we did our national tailoring, of course. So we have to compare every change with our tailoring. That's the point. But what I would like to suggest is to concentrate the changes. I know that there has to be changes, change in legislation, regulation, everything. I can understand this. But maybe we can concentrate it in 1 or 2 versions to make our work a little easier. That's my point.
Yes. Well, my next slide shows, actually, I talk about data quality, but from a practical term, it's how many thousand rules do you have? From the rules point of view, then there are plenty of other components in the SDK which might affect you in different ways. From a rule point of view, in fact, I didn't even put 1.7, so it's difficult to count. 1.7 didn't have many rules. 1.8 introduced a lot of rules, especially in the conditional mandatory parts. So if you got started with 1.7 and then you had to move, indeed, that was a big change. And I think a lot of people have gone through that first upgrade has been quite painful because your validation suddenly goes crazy. Between 1.8, we can see the numbers go up a bit more. And now it's starting to be a bit less crazy. So the rate of change of rules is becoming more manageable. Yeah, I didn't add 1.13 because we launched around the same time. I was trying to do these things. So forbidden constraints, it's not so much. The patterns, the code lists, they start to stabilize. And what changes now is a bit more easy to identify. It's going to be IPI, or it's going to be, well, an entire new form if you want to use it. It's voluntary. So the chunks will be a little bit more identifiable. And we'll see also the governance of what changes and then the technical changes that they done. So I think it's useful to know that things are getting more stable and the volume, the frequency of SDK is should be reduced. Oops, sorry, I shouldn't have scanned. So indeed, each SDK had a lot more rules and conditions. The downgrade of that is that it's hard for the users to fill in forms. It's hard for eSenders to upgrade each time because often the rules have to be tailored again or adapted in your application. What we want to try and do is trying to make the rules a bit more accessible, a bit more understandable. How can we share information at a technical level, at a business level, make them more transparent? And in general, what we're trying to do is to increase the quality of the data. So rules in principle increase the quality. If the users don't understand, we've seen, like the reusers complained yesterday, they put in rubbish data if you're just trying to get around the rules. So we have to get the right balance between quality data and understandable rules they get through. So this is the European Court of Auditors. That's one of their findings, their recommendations from their report last year. At the time, I think they used the old TED schema, which had fewer rules. So in theory, eForms has more rules, so the quality should be better. But we also see that if people put rubbish, the rules are useless. So a few words just for the eSenders in the room where we are with different developments. So in the room virtually as well, online. We have many more. So last in September, we talked about TED API version 3. So the harmonization of the URLs and a single way to access it. We are still testing and documenting it, but we should have it available in preview before the end of the year. So you can test it out. Again, you don't have to switch to version 3 immediately, but if you're doing any developments, that's the time to do it. So possibly with the upgrade to 1.13, you can just switch your APIs. The parameters are the same. So from a logical point of view, version 3 doesn't change anything for you, but it'll tidy things up. For the eSenders, so everyone who is submitting, validating, viewing notices through the API, you need a token. You get the API key from the developer portal. And there you can fill in your profile, so we know a little bit more about who you are. And there is an option to opt in to a public catalog, which we haven't published yet, but we think early next year we will publish your profiles if you have opted into that, so that you could be listed on the TED website as being an eSender. Commercially, that can be interesting, but even if you are the only one in your country, it's useful if you are announced as saying, you know, I am the eSender for your country. So that if people come to us and they want to know who is the eSender in my country, we can say, you know, there's 1, there's 10, these are the options. And you have a chance to put your URL, a little description of who you are and what you do. I added this line just this morning because we have finally improved the email notifications that go out to your buyers. So when you submit something through the API, you tell us which email is the buyer, the author email address, and that email address gets a notification for each stage of the notice's lifecycle. So when it's submitted, when it gets an expected publication date, when it enters publishing, which means it's in the export, you can't stop it anymore, when it's published online, with a link to TED as well, so the buyer can actually say, here's my notice, and here it is on TED. So the messages before were quite blunt, basic, and were not always translated. So again this morning. I think we just changed them, or yesterday. So you're catching it now, in case you're users. But I say set the right locale, because you can also give the language that you want that message to come back in. So your buyers will get whatever language you say they speak. A couple of things. Stop publication. There have been some issues in the last few months. When you send a request to stop a publication, it doesn't always work. And so that has raised some questions. So there's a time when the export is happening for a few minutes every afternoon. You cannot stop a publication. Sometimes we stop the flow of notices coming through. So you might stop a publication which hasn't been sent through yet. So there are a few cases. So we wanted to change the perception that stop publication is a request to stop the publication. There's no guarantee it always works. In any case, you should get some response saying it's now stopped. And the buyer will also get an email saying your notice is stopped. For those of you using Preview, you will have got an email last week. Again, those of you who sign up for emails as additional emails in the developer portal. We have, I think, about 12,000, 11,000 notices in Preview which are stuck in lawfulness or stuck in an error. Because in Preview we don't manually keep track of those cases. In production, our team are checking all the time if something comes into lawfulness, if it's from outside the EEA, someone is checking every day, and within a few hours they'll be treated and handled. Some messages go into workflow errors, and they get handled in production, but in Preview they have just accumulated. So what we propose to do is every few months switch them all to not published. So a message that is in error has to be manually switched to not published, because we check them one by one to see what the error was. In lawfulness, again, there's a manual check to say yes, it goes through or not. We don't check them, we'll just switch them all to not published. If you want to test lawfulness, get in touch. We can go in manually and approve it or reject it if you want to test that workflow. But it's only a small percentage of notices don't come from a buyer in what we call a lawful country. So you're not from the EU, EEA, Switzerland, candidate countries. Those countries we don't check. But if your buyer is an embassy in Thailand, we will check why is it coming from Thailand, for example. That you can check briefly. And a separate information is just internally, but maybe amongst the 700,000 notice, you might have noticed our own call for tender. So we have an external contractor who works on our applications, so everything apart from the TED website. And we are just starting the handover to a new contractor. So if you follow that, you can see who the new contractor is. It's not secret, it's public. It's European Dynamics. Some of you might know them. And our outgoing contractor is Aris, but they are still maintaining the TED website. So just to thank our outgoing contractor, who have got us through eForms. It's been a major achievement. Then public procurement is a bit brutal, but we will switch, and we hope the new contractor keeps up the high standards. Let's go. Thank you, Aris. So what's next? What are we going to do? So we have lots of ideas what's coming next. We have to put it all together so you see a sequence. So indeed, what is coming, how we're going to group things together, what exactly is in each SDK.
We have the big thing and the
yeah, the pretty picture. I was looking for a picture in Pixabay, which has a nice.
Did you put an attribution there?
There's an attribution. Pixabay, you don't have to attribute, but they ask you, so you can go and find the artist who created that one. And I don't know what I was looking. I looked in the word horizon, and this came up. And and it looks like, I don't know, I think eForms is a monster, really. And the little girl is trying to lead the monsters to a brighter horizon. So we collectively must be the little girl. I don't know how we'll do it, or I don't know who is who, but the monster looks friendly. It's just a little bit misunderstood. So maybe we just need to take it to a brighter place.
Why are you looking to my direction when you say monster?
It's your predecessors in policy. So what's coming up? So these are nothing's fixed yet. This is what we would like to do. So we know that the unpublished fields, as I mentioned earlier, is very heavy. So we want to maybe re-implement that in a lighter way, in a more practical way. So it can actually be used more usefully for what it's meant to do. The lawfulness checks to do it today, it's just a schematron. It's very basic. It checks the country pretty much and checks if there's a word test in a organization name now. But it's very basic. So we want to develop something which could use some algorithms to detect if the content itself makes sense. For me, there's one very basic one we could do is, does the language match what you've told us? So if you say the notice is in English and you look inside and it looks like Greek, they're quite simple algorithms can say, this doesn't match what you're saying. The more sophisticated algorithms would be, does the content of this text match what has already been published? So we know we have published thousands of notices in the past. If the content doesn't look credible, we will check for threshold and put it into lawfulness so that a human in our team can check one by one. So we will see what we will implement progressively, what threshold we want to set so that humanly the team can process them. We know that lawfulness issues are only a small percentage, but if we can get help from some algorithms to detect them, that will be useful. So when we have some more information how that will happen, we'll share it and when it will happen and what impact it might have on you. In principle, there's no impact on you every day because the lawfulness check is a warning. So your notices will still be submitted. They just won't go immediately into an export. They won't be immediately published. We will check them, within a day if they get picked up. And we might be sending messages back to your buyer saying, this got rejected because you're trying to sell something, you're not trying to buy something. That's a classic sort of error that has been picked up. Also, we want to have dynamic rules, so comparing between notices. I think I mentioned yesterday that if you change a notice, how much can you change? Today you can change a bit too much. Maybe we would limit that, what you can change. So you're comparing the change with the previous one. If you continue procedure, does the result, how much have you changed between the result and the competition? Do they look similar? Legal basis, CPV. If they look too different, we can say, no, you cannot publish a result which is so different from your competition. There's a mistake somewhere. Because today all the rules are only within a notice itself. It's not looking anywhere else. There's a new governance and procurement directive, so I'll leave that to Mark Christopher. And I say simplify where possible. That'll be opportunistic. As we see opportunities, we can see what we can simplify. But it's not that easy. In terms of timing, I would say from a business point of view where we're going to be, we're not going to do anything before April, May, June next year, just from getting a plan together, developing what we want to do and giving it a scope. So there's no scope yet, but indeed some dates and some scope is something you'll need early in the year. But there are external factors. So, for example, as Mark Christopher mentioned yesterday, International Procurement Instrument, it's an SDK 113, and you cannot use it because there's no implementing act. If the implementing act shows up in February, we would patch 1.13. We probably could get away with a patch just by adding something to a code list, and then that would allow IPI to happen. That could be a patch. If it's more sophisticated, we would need to have a new minor version. So the principle of a minor version and a patch from what we can do and what we can backport, we will never backport rules that will make a notice invalid. So if you're on 1.10, you'll never get a rule on 1.13 that will break 1.10. At the same time, if we want to add something new, but it tightens something, it adds a restriction, then we will have to have a new SDK minor version. Maybe it's very minor, really is minor for your impact because it's just one rule that's added. So there might be SDK versions which come in for things like IPI, or if Energy Efficiency Directive, we realize that something really is not usable by anyone, or there's some transposition questions that come up saying we might need to change it. But ideally, we would try and group things together so you don't get SDKs in different parts. That's it from me. So I haven't checked any questions anywhere, and I don't know. I've gone over time. So we'll go straight to you. You have no time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can you share my presentation?
Yes, I can share yours.
So I actually will have a presentation which speaks about 3 acts to make it a little bit more dramatic. I will start with the first act, which is on eForms. And we mention it very often today and yesterday. We need to have a better governance. Before I start to speak about the governance, you can
Oh, sorry, Jane.
the first one? Yeah, this one. That was to some of you already saw the slides, yes, last week. It has been, I think, generally a rough transition from the old TED-XML to eForms for various reasons. One of the reasons are the flexibility that eForms brings compared to the old forms, because the old forms, everything was, it was a simple form, and everything was predefined. With eForms, everything you can literally do on a lot basis, and you have much more possibilities. We introduced also group of lots, which is hardly used. And this new flexibility adds a lot of complexity. Then we used in the TED-XML a very simple XML format. With eForms, we switched to UBL, which is per nature much more complex than the old TED-XML. In addition, we have had a completely new approach on how we provide things. In the past, we had just the schema files and an Excel sheet, which defines a little bit what are the fields. But now we provide actually a complete set that helps you to implement your solution. And we had, as it was raised earlier, already many more releases. Things have already improved. As I said before, we had last year 6 releases. This year we had only 3 releases. Next year maybe only 2 releases. So I think this has improved. What I can see also generally is that eSenders are getting accustomed to eForms, the way it works. We had a TED workshop something like 2 months ago, I think, or 3 months ago. And in the past, when we had this, especially in the last year, when we had a TED eForms workshop, we have received so many questions. But this time it was rather smooth. There were hardly any questions, and this is a kind of a sign of that people are getting accustomed to eForms itself. But things need to improve. So we have started to work on eForms governance. The main idea is to establish a robust eForms management framework. Something that was raised to us also very often is you need to have some planability on the side of the member state so that you can introduce changes in an easier way in your workflow, because you're not just providing a notification system, you have actually an eProcurement system where you have a lot of links. We want to foster collaboration and transparency. We try to anticipate changes and introduce this also. There will be new requirements for eForms. So if there is the hope on your side that we will have less fields in the future, don't bet on this. I think it will be the opposite. And we want to enhance, of course, efficiency and compliance. Now, the most important slide here is we plan to have next year again an amendment. We had this year no amendment, and next year we will likely have to have an amendment. We are planning for it. The green boxes are where we are in touch with you, and the white boxes are internal from the Commission, because if you have an implementing regulation, there is a fixed procedure to it. And I will start with the preparation. We want to start in January. We will collect ideas on how we can improve the amendment itself and what to introduce into the amendments. The main idea of this preparation phase is that with especially the ACCEP and the eForms community, we will discuss actually what will be included in the third amendment. And the main idea of this process is that by the end of the preparation phase, we all have a clear picture of what will be introduced. In the past, and that was not going really well, was that when we started the inter-service consultation, the internal consultation within the Commission, we still introduced some changes, which then led on irritation on the side of the member states. Why have we introduced this change, or why we have introduced that change? So we really aim that by the end of this preparation phase, we have all a clear understanding what will be part of the third amendment. And then we will do the inter-service consultation. We have to do a public consultation again, meaning we have to say, this is what we come up with. And then this is also another chance for you or for anyone to provide feedback through the public consultation. And we want to also use this chance to discuss the changes which were introduced maybe through the public consultation with you. And then we have roughly 2 months for the translations. And then we have a comitology. The comitology will not be the people that are usually sitting here. It is Nora and some other colleagues that are part of the ACPC. It's actually the representative from the member state who represent their country when it comes to public procurement. And they will then vote on this implementing regulation. But because of this process, how we envision it for 2025, I don't think that there will be really an issue when we are arriving at the voting phase. And then we have, again, this internal approval and adoption process, and then it will enter into force, and we, again, will have a transition period. We wrote X year because as we don't know what will be the changes, it will be very difficult to anticipate how much months is it necessary from our side to be ready on our side. Also, what is the impact of the changes on the SDK? And depending on the amount, the transition period needs to be longer or shorter. So that is the act on eForms. We can go directly to the next one. On the public procurement data space. For the public procurement data space, it went live on the 24th of September. We have data not only from TED, but also from Austria, Finland, Germany, and Norway. Norway is written in Intellect because they are parts, but we haven't ingested them so far. What we are currently doing is, what you see is static for the time being. We are currently doing a shift towards a new environment where we will start, or where we already have started the re-ingestion process. And we expect that we will go live with all the data, including Norway, before Christmas. As a kind of a Christmas present. So I put a lot of pressure to the team to say, Christmas, it must be before Christmas, so that we can say, here it is. And with this new version, we will be able, and that is also the aim, is to ingest the data on a more regular basis. Not that we have a fixed time, but that we do it on a more regular basis. And currently the PBDS covers 3 main use cases: the monitoring of the market, data quality, and strategic procurement. When we go to the next slide, we see actually for the monitoring of market, we have the we have on the left-hand side the single market scoreboard, which is fixed. On the right-hand side, I think you all saw the PBDS, so I don't think I need to really explain what it is. You have the flexibility to play around with the data in the dashboard, so it's much more flexible. The next point will be the data quality. We have currently a little bit more than 60 rules. We will have many, many, many more in the future. So every data set that is mapped to the procurement ontology, which is actually provided also, which we discussed yesterday with the ontology, we map everything to the ontology. Every single data set is run through all those business rules. And we will provide a service in the PBDS in the future for eProcurement service providers to connect to the PBDS directly to test notices. So if you send us then an eForms notice that is not published, the idea is that we'll run all those business rules and the buyer will get a report. And we hope that this service will be used. And I think it will be very interesting to see in the future how the data quality will evolve. The next slide shows what we can actually do with eForms. We have information about strategic procurement. So is the buyer procuring green, social, or innovative? And there we can, for example, very quickly see with the PBDS who is applying it, who is making it mandatory in the country, because all those fields are optional. And the funny thing is, some countries made it mandatory per law, but we see from the data it is not used as a mandatory information. So I think also here the PBDS can help to bring much more transparency to show on how the information is actually used or provided through the eForms notices. When it comes to the next steps, I will add some new functionality. I spoke already about the API to check data quality for notices for data that is not published so far. We will of course make use of AI to analyze data. And we will add new countries. We very likely the next countries will be Cyprus, Italy, Latvia, Portugal, and Slovakia. And we will start, I think the project will start middle of next year. And I think by middle 2026, those 5 countries will be connected to the PBDS. I rushed a little bit through because I have to make up a little bit for the time. No worries. I think it's important. The best for last, of course. The revision of the public procurement directives. Von der Leyen published in the political guidelines from July that she will propose a revision of the guideline of the directives. It will have multiple aspects. It's trying to make public procurement simpler, but also, and that is a huge shift in paradigm, is to buy European, in simple words, for strategic sectors. So that is, I mean, when you see at the geopolitical change, what is happening currently, we have also by US or by USA. So we just try to accommodate this in a future revision of the directives. In the hearing from the Executive Vice President, Stéphane Séjourné, he also reiterated the revision of the legislative framework, and he wants to point out three important elements: the strategic role of part procurement, the EU have added value, and making this through the security of supply for specific topics when it comes to products, services, and works. And then the third goal is to simplify the rules, however this could look like. Very interesting was that not only he talked about the hearing, or he has received questions on part procurement, but many other commissioners also. So we had the commission from justice and competition, from security, from defense, from startups, innovative, etc., you name it. They all had answered, or they have mentioned public procurement in one way or the other. And that is a huge shift in paradigm, which shows that part procurement is not anymore seen as, well, you have to do it anyway, but as a strategic asset, how to shape Europe. This is it's a very rough roadmap. So currently what we are doing is we are doing an evaluation. The evaluation started already. We had the political guidelines, the hearings, it's over. We are currently working on this evaluation. It's a backward-looking exercise. So we don't look forward in the time, we look backwards in the time. We try to analyze a lot of aspects. Now have a dedicated slide on that. But this is currently the focus. And then it will go roughly until Q2 next year. Then we will start with the impact assessment, which will be then the basis for the proposal on the new directives. And then we can, of course, start the legislative procedure. For the evaluation, it's an evidence-based assessment where, not to read out now the slide, we have different topics that we have to look into. We have to see, did the part procurement directives achieve their objectives? Do the directives help to show that we have an EU added value? Are the directives coherent? And do they provide for transparency and integrity? So it's, the work is currently ongoing, and I expect that we'll be able to show some results Q1, Q2 next year. It will be very, very interesting. Then, of course, this will feed into the impact assessment that will start later. What I said before, and that has changed radically when it comes to part procurement. It was usually just this, DG Growth who's in charge for part procurement. We are still only in charge for part procurement, but many, many other DGs jump on the train of imposing regulations that have an impact on part procurement. Some of them even on eForms, like FSR, IPI, EED. So anyone who thinks that we will have less fields in the future in eForms because of this legislation, sectoral legislations, we have to see, do they have an impact on eForms? We will see also, are there possibilities to use other means of reporting? But I don't expect that we will have less and less fields. The thing is, how can we manage all those changes? There's also, and that was raised in one of the expert groups, it was on who is in control of the procurement directives. C2 has the policy, the pen holders of procurement, the procurement directives. They are coordinating the activities now inside the Commission that deals with procurement. But of course, you have DG Environment, you have DG Ener, you have DG Move, you have Defense, you have other DGs that are the actual pen holders of their regulations and directives that have an impact on procurement. Maybe to say something, we established this year something within the Commission which is called the Procurement Excellence Hub. And this is we try to use this hub to coordinate all the activities that deal with procurement and to better foresee changes on procurement. I think I could now hand over to Nora to speak about the council meetings about sectorial files. I think she can even say much, much more than me. But I will leave it at this point. Maybe the conclusion is eForms governance will be better. That is something that I will promise, so that we all have a clearer picture of what will included in the amendments, also in release in between. The procurement data space will work in the way we work with data on procurement. For example, there is in this part, as part of this evaluation process, there is a study going on transparency and integrity in procurement. And we will actually encode all those indicators in the PPDS. So it's not just called then data quality, which can be very neutral, but some of them will be part of transparency and integrity. For example, to give you an example for integrity, when you have a competition notice, also the award notice published? Or vice versa. Do we have an award notice where we are missing a competition notice? The evaluation is ongoing and the evaluation will be done, meaning that there will be a revision. And generally the message is procurement will change. And just to, I mean, I said this today multiple times. 20 years ago when I started to, actually by now more than 20 years ago, when I started to work in procurement or eProcurement, procurement was seen as a kind of boring stuff that public administrations have to do anyway. It usually didn't have, at this point in time, any kind of strategic dimension. It was a kind of, yeah, you have to buy anyway, so why bother? And we see that with all the changes in the world, that procurement becomes a very strategic asset when it comes to shape Europe. So yeah, I think procurement will change in the future. With this, I will hand over back to Carl.
A quick conclusion. So thanks everyone coming back. We will now move to Daniel Simonsen from Marcel. So the view of an eSender, which you've already heard a bit. And we'll hear from a commercial eSender who works in many markets. So this is a eSender with other problems. Thank you.
I'm not primarily going to talk about problems, I hope, but rather also looking into the future and the prosperous possibilities going forward. So, as the slide says, I'm Daniel Simonsen. I'm currently the VP subject matter expert in Marcel, though actually my history is quite different. Maybe I should actually start out with a little bit of a story. This story sort of has three parts to it. One is sort of cross-border trade. Another part, I guess, is the TED database, and another part is the eForms itself. So actually, I think TED was introduced, looking at you, in 84, was it? Something like that, 1984. And in the latter part of the 80s, I actually made my first connections to the TED database using a modem and trying to extract information from the TED database to find information for Swedish suppliers like Volvo Lastvagnar and Scania for lorries and stuff like that. So really early, this idea of cross-border trade was at least what I envisioned with this EU thing. It wasn't even EU in the beginning, it was EG. And Sweden, I think, joined in 95. So even before Sweden joined, where I'm from Stockholm, we started actually extracting information from the TED database to try to find opportunities for Swedish companies to participate. And that journey has actually been going on in my career for quite a long time since then. We started building the first, I think we were the first supplier to making notices to the TED database in Sweden. So when that entity was created, we were their first primary supplier. And we had hundreds or more or less all of the public entities in Sweden supporting the Windows-based solution at that point. The first connection was actually built in Pascal. So it was before there was really an internet, to be honest. Yeah, so I'm an old guy in this domain, maybe one of the oldest in the room when it comes to working on the public procurement space. And I'm actually quite proud of it. What we did achieve in Sweden with a small startup company, me, my father, my brother, even my now wife was in that company. And we created something that took public tendering in Sweden from being paper-based and on fax and envelopes, sending taxi cars owing to delivering the bids on time and things like that, into something which is fully electronically run, and also with what we call structured documents. So the data is not just files like PDFs, but it's actually data which is processed by databases in sections, and you can automatically evaluate bids and things like that. So the whole process, the full ontology, to speak this language of the meeting here, we do support all of those different steps in the process. So, but then the eForms piece is, of course, a huge thing for us. I'm going to say a few things just to give you the context of what the Marcel Group is. That's not the company that I started, but it's a couple of acquisitions later on in the track. And I'll also say something about our eForms implementation and our experiences being a multi-market eSender. And then also, as I said, some expectations for the future, because I really think we have a lot more to do, even though we've done a lot so far. So at a glance, what's Marcel? We're sort of the leader, at least in the Nordics and in Netherlands, and we have offices in other European countries, as you can see here on the slide. Quite a lot of public entities are using our solutions for e-tendering, and also a very large amount of suppliers are accessing our platforms to find opportunities to participate in the TED market. And our mission is to really make everything that we're talking about these days as simple as possible, to automate it, and really enable equal opportunities to participate. So that's our vision, and we really sort of see that we can go even further with this. These are like the core things, like we got the regulations talking about that, and also the revisions coming soon. The whole social environmental piece, I think, is growing, and I think it should even grow more. I'm the proud father of 3 teenagers, and I think we have some responsibilities to really make sure that we use this awesome tool, as Mark-Christopher says, to really push for important things, not only making it an administrative burden and a frustration for a lot of people, but actually making this something that can change, maybe not the whole world, but at least the European part of it. And digitization, I think the digital journey, as I said, from going from just paper-based solutions into electronic. I was in some EU meetings some 35 years ago, almost, talking about digital signatures and things. But then there was people in the back translating everything that was said into all the European countries simultaneously. And I mean, we've evolved a lot from that. We still don't really have a 100% secure e-signing solution across Europe, but I mean, we're closer with the e-stamps and stuff. But I think, yeah, this eForms has been a really big, important part in the journey. And that's what I'm going to focus on in a bit here. Just a few numbers that sort of, to me at least, and to Marcel, indicates the urgency of doing more work here. Is this auditor report from the European Court that was released in December. And it's been mentioned already in the meeting here. And some of these numbers are actually quite scary to me. I think we're going a bit backwards, and I think we really need to change this. We can't have like 60% of the tenders received not getting more than 1 bid. That's not proper competition. We can do a lot better. And also the transparency across Europe with such a large amount of the tenders not being published so that we can use them cross-border. I think that's also a thing to work with. I'm not going to read out the details here, but I think you recognize them. So the eForms project itself, to us, it's really like a do-or-die project for us. We are in e-tendering solutions in 9 countries. And of course, if we can't properly publish our buyers' notifications to the TED database, we can't do what they need us to do, and we're out. In the same way also, we actually are a dual market provider. So as you saw the number, 400,000 suppliers, there's a lot of suppliers that are monitoring our solutions to see, or using our solutions to monitor the market to see what opportunities are there for them. So if we can't properly collect this information and share it with them, then we're also off the market. So this was really a super strategic topic for us in Marcel to make sure that we do it properly. And there was actually a CEF call for this. So we joined that CEF call, and with a consortium of 8 partners here, covering, I think, 16 countries with this initiative. With DFÖ here close to me in the room as the project manager. We did deliver on time in October 23, even though there were several deliveries and some deliveries even popping into this year, as mentioned. Even the team building this was a cross-country team with people from many countries. You can see the flags there. And of course, due to the fact that we built one module, we call it eForms, Marcel eForms, so it's sort of our own brand internally. But we had additionally 7 teams for all the different existing other platforms within our group to then implement this common solution. So that brings a little bit of the complexity to what this means for a provider with solutions in many markets. So just to bring some numbers here, we heard a number of 700,000 notices in eForms in total. If we have like 83,000 of those notices, that's a fair portion at least of the traffic that's going through our solutions in eForms specifically. We do actually support other forms too, other than eForms, but this is only eForms numbers then. We have a lot of traffic, a lot more traffic below threshold values than above, as you can expect. More than 10%, yes, that's correct, George. Yeah, it's a fair portion, as said. Yeah. So then you understand the urgency to make sure that this works properly for us, and not only for us, I mean, for all the markets that we represent. So just for fun, I added some screenshots, how it looks like. I think this might not be perfectly to see on screen for everyone, but you'll get the slides later on. I think what can be notified is that it sort of is a form, but you have like a content selection on the left side, so you can just click some part and get to that part of the form. But even more essentially, there's like this My Checklist thing on the top. And if you click that one, you can see what fields you haven't filled out, and it supports automatically navigating to that part and giving you some instructions how to fill it out. When you're done with filling out the mandatory parts, at least, then it's at least ready to be sent off publication. Then one really important part here is that we try to pre-fill the form as much as possible. So when you open the form, actually, it's more or less already pre-filled. Might, of course, be things that you want to add yourself, and then we support all the additional fields based on the legislative requirements for the market where the supplier is or the buyer is working. So it actually looks a bit different, depends on what country we are in, or if we're below or above threshold values, but it's the same user experience for all of it. And we're actually now also implementing the UK forms. You know, they left us with the Brexit, and we still have customers there. So we're actually adapting another 15 forms for the UK market, adding in a bit more complexity then, of course, to the solution. So what are the typical experiences from being a multi-market eSender in this context? And I'm not expecting you to read anything here. I'm just sort of showing off the complexity here. So the first left picture is something I drew really early before we started doing the eForms project. And the stuff on top to the left and the horizontal line, that's different platforms we have, or had at that point at least. And all the yellow ones going vertically, that's all the different national and EU-based publication sites that we support publishing to. And then, of course, this is the way it looked at when we started. You can see in the middle view where we currently are, we have only this eForms or eForms implementation that all the different systems are connected to. And then from that one goes out to all the different national and to the TED database solutions. So then I could explain the colors. You can maybe even guess it, that the pink ones are the ones that we are at some point on a sunset, and we're going to have just one platform on top. So having one solution that covers all the countries that we support. So that's the future state. And we have actually started selling to some customers this new future solution. But of course, the national implementation per country is quite specific and needs a lot of adaptation. So we're taking it step by step, so to speak, and with the least complex procedures to begin with. So some learnings from the implementation here. Of course, the huge, yes?
Can you go back to the previous slide? So where is the SDK in there? Do you even use it, or how do you deal with this?
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, we have had our own internal ways, our own ontology, would you say? So to be honest, the most of the content here, we actually have information from 1999, I think, in our databases. So we have already done a lot of the work discussed yesterday about connecting identities and things like that. So you can actually go into our systems and see how much did that supplier, how many tenders did that supplier participate, how many bids did they place, what's their hit ratio and things like that. So a lot of those identity connections has already been done here.
My question was mostly to understand how the information that we provide you through the SDK fits in there. So you use it or not? How do you?
Of course, we use the SDK to some extent. This eForms thing in the middle here, the eForms module, it's been built from scratch specifically for the eForms solution. But we have decoupled some of the eForms specific or eForms specific things from it so that we can actually use it also like now for the UK and things like that. So we can't be 100% supporting only the SDK in our own internal structures. But of course, that's what we're benchmarking towards for all the European parts, right? So hope that answered your question, Yanis. Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, the really huge positive thing here, you could see it in the drawing, having one solution to fit them all. It's like the ring in the Lord of Rings, right? So it's just really an awesome thing for a tech company to have one standard that can fit all the countries. Then, of course, there are some aspects to it. Carl is smiling at me. But another really good thing is that even though there was a plan for a hard stop of the TEDxML for the 25th of October there, 2023, we did together then agree to actually allow those TEDxMLs to be used for contract award notices and things like that until the end of the year. And I think that saved a lot of the pain for our buyers primarily. The GitHub solution was really, really good for us. On the more negative side, I think many of these things are the ones that Mark Christopher and also Carl has been raising today about improvements coming for the future for eForms. We really had a huge struggle with not having proper specifications when we started the project. There were a massive amount of changes introduced while the project was ongoing, which meant that we had to stop, redo, and do again. And not just once or twice or 4 or 5, 6, 7 times. It's even more than that, a lot of times, right? And that's specifically only for the EU level. Then we also have the second level down. So the different national solutions that also decided to go with eForms or eForms, they chose at some point one specific SDK version to build their localization on top of. And that might not be harmonizing them with the versions and the dates for when the EU version and the other national version was aligned. And this is something that I think we really can improve so we have a proper scheme to sort of plan according to. And yeah, that's the part of the national adaptations, right? So, and I think it might have been a bit more smooth if we maybe didn't hold 25th and 25th of October so strongly here, because there were quite a lot of problems, not specifically that we could even affect ourselves. Some of the national portals, they weren't ready. And when we tried to send our notices, they broke, and they broke on the other end. So some of the buyer customers were quite frustrated. And I think we could even have done a bit more also when it comes to teaching our buyers the differences and the value of the differences, so they really would appreciate that a lot more. Then I guess, I mean, this part with overly complex specifications with too many forms, I think we won't get less fields. Maybe we could get less forms, though, to be a bit more harmonized on the usage. I haven't looked at the numbers. I guess, George, you know all about it, but there are a lot of forms being used a lot, and there are a few forms not being used almost at all. So I think we have numbers to prove it. Looking a bit into the future then, how am I on time? You're okay. I'm okay, good. Some suggested improvements, I think, heard in the room also in the questions here. Preferably less releases per year with longer heads up. I know there's a frustration about heads up time, but when you have so many things to coordinate and also national things connected to the EU level changes, we do need some time to adapt, and also so we can organize these releases in an orderly fashion. And yeah, the version management towards the national adaptations would be great to have really connected into this, so it's not flying by itself completely. Simplify. It's a tough one. I know there's two different conflicting interests here, to have more data, but then also to simplify. And I think, to me, I think the simplification should be thought of as something that makes it easier for the buyer to understand how to use the forms, preferably not even have to see the forms. I'm coming into that. But then also so that suppliers can really understand the value of this and the data. We saw some really good examples, I think, yesterday from Denmark, where they have been really asking the buyers about the different pieces that maybe didn't fall out the way expected, and making the buyers aware of that this data is actually being used. I think that's a really strong message to make the buyers understand why it's worth putting more than €1 as a value for the tender, because it's quite useless on the PPDS if we don't get proper numbers. And of course, for our national purposes of changing laws, doing politics, whatever, if we don't have the proper data, it's hard to use it to be as a strong weapon towards corruption and towards environmental bad behavior or whatever. So one small thing here, I'm not sure if it's still the fact, but I was told by our eForms team that we still have to send emails to support with eForms in the subject line to make sure it ends up on the right spot. I think we discussed it also yesterday, that the help desk functionality should maybe be a bit more predictable, also about, so maybe different priorities of things, so we know how fast we can get things resolved. And the other thing I put in green here, I mean, we could hopefully lower the thresholds for when to publish if we automate more. The more we automate, the more we can actually share and publish and simplify it, so we can get it across to the suppliers easier. So what can Marcel bring using the eForms solution? I think I mentioned that we would want to pre-fill even more into the forms. We talked a bit about AI. Of course, we're extracting the information from the tender documents. If you're not using our structured ways of putting all the data in our databases already, when you do the procurement, you just upload some files. We could still take data from that and put it into the forms, just having the buyer verifying it. And there's a lot of other things that we could automate that could make it easier, and that wouldn't make the burden of more fields as high, because we can automate the way of filling it out. Then I guess this cross-border trade thing, I think in this EU auditors report was like 5% or something being real cross-country trade. I guess the value is actually a bit higher because they have local representation in the country, and we're not measuring that, I guess. Could be worth looking at. But with AI, we could also automatically translate a lot more than just know this information. So I think that's an opportunity. And put the picture back again with one solution at our end. So our vision is to sort of really using one solution for all of Europe, or however many wants to connect to our solutions. With then, I mean, eForms being the solution that could actually support that. So yeah, of course, a common platform will give us a lot of benefits, like faster value, faster time to value for the users. We get all the suppliers in the same platform and all the buyers in the same platform, and more modularity. But looking at it from like a eForms or meForms perspective, in our case, all these things will be so much more easy to do when having one data model. So I mean, we really love the fact that we have eForms now, because it's simplifying everything for us in a huge way. Also looking into the different modules, just as an example, most of the different modules we have will also benefit from this eForms implementation. So like contract lifecycle management, changing contracts sending the change notice about a contract, things like so. It's touching more or less everything we do, and we do actually have quite a wide spectrum of solutions apart from just sending notices in the eSender context. So I think that's more or less what I wanted to say today, and I'm open to questions if anyone wants to ask me anything. I've been so long time in the domain.
Okay, we started a bit late because my timekeeping is not great, but I suggest we take, if there are any questions in the room, we can take them now. If not, we'll go to the next presentation and handle the Slidos at the end. Yanis's questions. So this is your time.
Yeah, well, let's
Ask-
so that I can
ask-
address them later. So I will just, if you go back to your slide with the suggestions, if I remember, you said fewer releases, heads up, and simplify. And I just would like to get about the simplify. Do you have any just an example so that we understand? Because yes, it is complicated, and in general, simplification is something that comes with maturity. All right. But do you have a specific example that would be, you know, a nice way to highlight what you mean by simplify? That's one question. And the other is heads up. All right. Do you have a suggestion of this? Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Yanis. Yeah, I think about simplification, I did mention a few perspectives that we maybe could reduce the number of forms, not necessarily reducing the number of fields, but making it more easy to choose from a less variety of complexity. And I think also to simplify from like a buyer's perspective to understand the value of the content itself. So it's not just simplifying like eForms as a format. It's more like simplifying the way we work with it so that information is more sort of understandable. And I think the whole Ontology is doing a great work with that. We still, even in this presentation, I think there's a mix-up between what's a tender and what's a procurement in English. In the different national setups, it's quite straightforward, but many countries talk about procurement or tendering or core for tenders in English, and they use different words. And I think this is just one small example. But so simplifying and harmonizing the way we work with tendering, I think, is an important topic. One other thing that I was actually considering earlier today is that do we really want to jam everything we can into eForms? Is there things that maybe we shouldn't put through eForms? So making sure that we sort of use it for what the real value and benefit is. If the purpose is to make sure that we get better trade between countries, exposing for competition, maybe we don't need to put everything in there in the form itself. There might be other ways to collect this information. So yeah, that's one part. Then I think automation, of course, is a really huge benefit to this. You had another question, Yanis. I've already forgotten it.
It was about the heads up. So yeah.
So about getting a proper heads up, I think that's more into the planning, and we can see on the right side, too small, I guess, but it's more or less what Carl showed also, a huge amount of, in our context, a huge amount of versions in a year with different lead times and things like that. It looked already a lot better now with a lot of the versions positioned until, was it April 2025? So I think that's a huge benefit, because also it signals to the national providers to align with the same kind of cadence. So I think some kind of communication between the national updates along with the European updates, that would be great. And also to have preferably less updates with a good heads up what's in it. So we have time to adapt, specifically when it needs to trickle down through so many layers. So. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I suggest we go. Thank you very much, Daniel. It's great. It's good to get not just presentations from the institutions, you bring something from out there, which I think is many people online and in the room will relate to many of the points, because everyone has similar problems or, issues, should I say, and opportunities as well. Challenges, yeah, challenges. So we keep it positive. So I'll pass on to Yanis. So we gave Yanis 1 hour. You have 45 minutes. We'll see how much time we have at 12:45. So we break for lunch as planned. But just so you know, this afternoon we have 2 hours for questions from Slido from the floor. So no question gets forgotten. I see questions coming in Slido. Don't put anything in the WebEx chat. I see. If you have a WebEx chat, we'll see those questions at the end. So if you want your questions to be taken, put them in Slido first. So this is...
You need to make me a presenter.
Okay, I will stop sharing. Oh, no, you can take control, I think.
I should, but I don't know. We'll see.
Thank you.
Jenny, if you can make me a presenter, thank you.
Make you presentable.
Presentable, I think I'm already presentable. Sorry? Yeah. Okay, just give me a second to share this.
And then you have to press share again.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's coming.
All right. Okay, so I'll do this one sitting. Hopefully we'll have better results than yesterday. There is a lot of cues that I got today and yesterday about what I'm going to say. This is live. Can we kill it?
No.
It's not live. All right. I'll try to make a connection between the SDK and the ontology that we were talking about yesterday. Then I'll talk to you a little bit about what we're doing with SDK 2. And I'll go back to have a discussion about change, because it's a big topic for everyone, for us too. And hopefully we can have a conversation about that to see if we can come to a shared understanding. Connecting the ontology with the SDK, I'm just reusing a slide from yesterday. I just want to emphasize this, that why do we have both? So we need the SDK in order to collect the data. And it is important at the collection time to make sure that we collect the right data with the best possible quality that we have. Now, as we go later talking about change, you will see also that when collecting the data, we need to be adapting to that change. On the other end of our pipeline, if you think of us as a pipeline that collects data from one end and disseminates data from the other, on the other end, we have the ontology, because there we need a universal language with which we can query this data that we collected throughout time, and we need to speak the same language across time. So regardless of what were the specifications when the data was collected, the quality in which it was collected, etc., we need to have one language. So I said that yesterday, I'm sorry for repeating myself, but I think it's important to understand why we have this tool at the two ends of the pipeline. So we said that one of our next things to do is to align the ontology with the eForms with the ontology. So what we want to align? We want to align the concepts that are present in the SDK should be aligned in the concepts of the ontology, the relationships between them, and of course the terminology. But in general, the relationships of the concepts are mostly aligned already. Okay, so what we're talking about is not a redesign here. We have to go through them one by one and make sure that the data types, the names, the relationships, the content of everything is the same to the extent that it can be. And how this alignment is going to happen, okay, we introduced recently the business entities, which we're going to use in order to represent the relationships in the ontology and the concepts. And also we are planning to introduce a kind of alias for the fields. So the fields have these strange names, BT-015 underscore point dot something. So it's crazy names. So we need to replace them with something more friendly, and what better than the names that are used by the ontology. If we don't like something, we will ask the ontology people to improve it. But the idea is to use the same names as the ontology. And then, because we don't want to lose the business terms that we already have, because all the systems are already using them, we'll just introduce the new names as aliases, so we can use them interchangeably, and hopefully one day we will not need the business terms anymore. Sometime in the not near future. So, okay, that was it. We will come back to this as I move along. I want to tell you about SDK2 now. So SDK2, we started working on it before we launched in October 23 with eSenders. And I was hoping at that time that, you know, we could finish the work and get the eSenders as fast as possible on board. But at some point, June, I realized that this is impossible. Nobody is going to jump on SDK2 now. Everybody is too busy. Forget about it. We'll stop and continue later. And that's what happened. So, yeah, the work has paused, and we plan to restart it now. So what was the reason we wanted SDK2? The main driver for us to want SDK2 was to update EFX. EFX, you know that it is the language that we use in order to specify the business rules in a common format, and to create the visualization templates that we use in TED-Viewer. So what we needed was better visualizations. There was a lot of things that we missed in the first release of the SDK. It was not tested enough under the pressure of the time that we had in 2022 to release this. And because we're changing the syntax of the language to improve this, this means that there's a new major version of the SDK. And then we have to hold it back for SDK2. Then we need more advanced business rules, the dynamic rules that you referred to, Carl, earlier, where, you know, with a rule you can look up values from multiple notices, etc. And these are not also well supported by the current version of EFX. So this has to go in SDK2. We need better performance. We saw that the expressivity of the language in some cases doesn't allow us to make translations that perform well enough. It's not totally terrible, but, you know, it's things that we could that we could do that would you know, increase the performance in a welcoming way. And we need it to be easier to maintain. Currently, it's too bare bones. You cannot include files. You have to repeat stuff. You have bigger expressions. So we want to make it more readable. So in order to get these things, what we do is, okay, we're updating the grammar to make it more expressive, make it easier to read and to write. And of course, we're updating the toolkit in order to be able to translate the grammar into different actual expressions that are going to be executed. Other considerations for the SDK2, of course, are whatever needs arise from the alignment to the ontology. So as we work, the business entities that we have currently introduced was just, how can I say, beachhead. Huh? Is that what you do when you invade a new country? Yeah, so it was just the first step. And it is the very basic business entity that were necessary for us to address the problem of the identifiers and linking different parts of a notice to auth identifiers. But the business entities have to be fully aligned with the ontology. So as we go through them, I'm sure we are going to find some ideas that we didn't think about yet. So I'll tell you our timeline and planning about this, but the general idea is this is a consideration of SDK2. Maybe we will find things that we cannot include in SDK1, and now is the time to figure them out and put them in SDK2. The same, which is related, is the field aliases as we create them. And we also need to do something about our TED website and the search fields that we have there and the TED API that Carmelo was mentioning. So all these things need to be just one list of names common for everybody for the long term. Also, there is this ESPD alignment. Now, there's a sentence there that will raise eyebrows, especially George's, I guess. I don't mean it. We're not planning to do something about this, but the general idea, Mark Christopher will verify, is that we have been in discussions like 2 years ago. Somebody was asking yesterday, what is the, how do you see the alignment between ESPD and well, I think the question was about the ontology, but it's still also between ESPD and eForms. So the point here is, of course, they have to align in concepts, and we use the alignment with the ontology for this alignment. But also there was an idea that have been discussed, okay, what about making them in such a way so that you can get from a notice to create an ESPD request automatically, or from an ESPD request, fill in that part of the notice. So all these things need to be considered now, because if we don't consider them before SDK2, if they require a major change, then we will have to wait for SDK3. So these are considerations. It doesn't mean that they're in, it's just that we have to deal with them. And then, what are the considerations? Improvements suggested by eSenders. Now, so far, I understand that everybody is under pressure. It's a varying amounts of pressure, but everybody is under some kind of pressure. And of course, in the first go, when we released SDK1, okay, eSenders didn't really have the time to look at this, right? To even think about it. And for us also, it was new, okay? We put the time to think about it, but, you know, experience is a magical thing. It's slow, you know, it's slow to accumulate, and yeah. So now, however, you have running systems. You've seen the problems. And you said something before, which for me was key. And I think in this as a unit, I don't know, George may criticize me about this. I'm not talking about my head of unit because he was not here at the time. As a unit, when we talked about national tailoring and under the pressure of developing and implementing eForms and meeting the deadlines, we had a little bit of we took some space, and we said, okay, national tailoring is we're not getting involved into this. But there's a but. The thing is that national tailoring is the point of friction where whatever we share through the SDK, all the work that we do, at the point that it comes to meet the national requirements, that's where the problem of friction comes, all right? Now, the question about SDK2 is, guys, now you know, can you tell us what can we change in the SDK2 so that we make it easier for you to reduce that friction? Okay, that's the point. So there is a friction, it's normal, it's recognizable. We were unable to deal with it so far. Try to get this opportunity and talk to us and tell us, what about this? We're open. For us, it's very important. All right? So these are the other considerations about SDK2. Moving on, how's the time? Perfect, good. The difficult part is later. Okay. So where are we with this? Now, we stopped working like a year ago. So what is done? Okay, we've done improvements in the type system of EFX. We added a preprocessor. I'm not going to go to technical details. We did the improvements in the EFX templates to improve the visualizations. Anybody that knows about EFX, I think not many people have seen EFX in detail. Variables, etc. We already added support for the field aliases, and there is further improvements for performance and preprocessor directives. Anyway, there is some work to be done. Okay, this work can be done in 2-3 months maximum. All right, the remaining work that has to do with the effects, notwithstanding any bright ideas that will come by looking at the alignments, etc. So far, do you follow me? Am I okay? Yes. Heard clearly? Better than yesterday? All right. Good. Now when? Okay. So, look, the EFX2 grammar is already on GitHub since we started developing it. There's a branch that is called EFX2. Every time we change something, it's committed there. I am just taking the opportunity and using the word GitHub to say that this is a kind of heads up, in my perspective, not just for EFX2, for everything, okay? So for us, we can do better because we do not commit the new versions of the SDK on GitHub soon enough, but this is something that we can improve on, okay? Specifically for EFX, as soon as we commit a change, it goes to GitHub directly. But the way that we are doing with the maintenance releases, it's a little bit different. Anyway, just touching the heads up. Then, we have updated EFX Toolkit a long time now. We released 4 alpha versions. The EFX Toolkit is closely tied to how EFX grammar is translated, of course, and it's essential, and most of the logic is in there. We are going to resume the work as soon as we come back from holidays. And I will tell you what we're aiming for. It's not necessarily that we're going to succeed to meet these dates, but this seems like a reasonable time frame. So the work that is already planned, normally we should be able to do it by April. We will also start talking about the alignment as soon as we come back. And we will, Paul, somewhere back there, and Eve, and Christian, Victorio will be working on this in the next, for the next 6 months. They are going to work on the alignment, and hopefully by the summer, there's enough time for them to come back to us and say, okay, these are the field names, these are the business index that you need to have, these are the relationships, etc. We will test internally between April and June. Paul will have a lot of work to do with the visualization templates, etc. Not too much work because the language is mostly backwards compatible. But he has a lot of work to do to improve things. And then we hope that some eSenders will raise their hands and say, hey, I want to test this. I'm looking at the Belgians over there, yes. So somebody will say, yeah, I want to test this. And I would like to, give some time, not a full-blown consultation like the ones that Mark Christopher does. I don't have this, kind of expertise, but we will be very open and thankful to anybody that is going to look at it and give us some ideas of, yeah, it looks good, move ahead. And as soon as we're confident, we will release it within the year. I know that maybe you, Mark Christopher, have some ideas related to the deadlines of the SDK2 release, but I think that you said something about, or not. Am I wrong?
We have to see when it comes to the SDK, of course, and there's also a question about the connection between the SDK 2 and the Third Amendment. So I think if the Third Amendment would be adopted in December, the SDK 2 would be perfect for the SDK for the Third Amendment.
More or less they will come at the same time. So, now, to the painful subject of changes. I don't know how to cover this. I will do my best. First of all, I will have to tell you that there is an article, or it started as an idea of writing an article that I recently wrote about this. And the idea was to have this, whatever I'm going to say now, written somewhere so that you can go back and again and refer to it, and also have it as a basis for you to ask questions and provide feedback and ideas on it. So you will find it in the documentation website, and we will also going to post it's, yes, in TED. There is an announcement in TED with a link to it. It's already there. Yeah. So please read it. It's a little bit big. It will take you like 15 minutes to read it. But I couldn't make it shorter and convey the message that I wanted to convey. Hopefully, hopefully it will work. So what I'm going to say now is roughly what I'm arguing in that article, but I'm hoping by saying this in a presentation that I can also provoke a little bit of a discussion about this and questions. Feel free to interrupt me if you want as I'm speaking, but we can address questions also later, okay? So the first thing is, I just want to clarify about the SDK, all right? So eForms is established by regulation, and it's a specification of how we create and transmit public procurement notices. Now, the SDK is just a vessel that was created to encode this specification in a way that we can distribute it. Now, why do we even need to distribute it? We have a network of entities, either in the private or the public sector, on which we rely to collect this data. And they have different information systems. So the basic idea was, we're not going to give these guys a manual, which they have to read and interpret. We're going to take this information and encode it in a formalized way, and then send it through the network. So that the SDK is nothing but a vessel that needs to capture this information and send it to information systems, all right? Now, of course, an information system to read this information from the SDK, we need to make some assumptions about the format. How is this information encoded, all right? How do we name the files? What folders do we have there? What is inside the files? Not the specific fields, for example, but how do you define a field, all right? So this is like a protocol, okay? It's like an agreement that the information systems that we all have make between them and say, okay, when we want to define a field, this is the way we're going to define it. When we want to define a notice type, this is how we're going to define it, okay? So the SDK, you can think of it both as a vessel, but also as a protocol, all right? Now this, I'm using the word protocol because it's like an agreement, okay? Now, the version number that we use for the SDK, if you remember, it has a major version number. Now that major version number is the version of the protocol, all right? If we change it, if we change the protocol, if we change the agreement, then we have to change that major version number. And because now I'm planning to change the effects, that changes the protocol. And that's why I have to change the second. I cannot change the effects without changing the first version number to 2, all right? So, moving on. Now, everybody is going about change, and the reason we went this direction with the SDK was precisely because we are also worried about change. Nobody likes it, and including ourselves. But it's there. So, what drives change? I think it's clear that you said it before, the regulatory environment drives change. I mean, the world evolves. And then, at the SDK level, okay, we make sometimes mistakes. So maybe we have a bad rule, either by mistake, or by bad judgment, or because, I don't know, something changed in the meantime, okay? So we need to make an update. So the environment didn't change, everything is the same at the regulatory environment, but we had a rule that didn't work. We have to replace it because we need better data, all right? So this is the second type of change. Let's say there fixes an incremental update. And the third type of change is protocol updates. So if we need to change the agreement, all right? So the last type of change that I have there, protocol updates, will be a major change all the time, okay? Fixes an incremental update will never be a major change. The protocol is the same. So moving on, this is what drives change. Now, how do we control change? Because I said that I'm afraid that if I sit back, I'm not going to be heard. Is it okay? All right. So, now this is the difficult part. This metadata-driven thing, which became a keyword in the beginning, what is hidden behind it? The reason that we have this protocol is so that an application can adapt itself. So by sending the SDK out with a specific agreement on what the format of the SDK is, the application knows how to deal with it. Notwithstanding, of course, the national tailoring friction points, we'll get to that later. But before anything comes to that friction point, an application should be able to deal with the content of the SDK as long as we don't change the major version. Okay, as long as we don't change the agreement. So that's the idea of the metadata-driven paradigm. You write an application in a way that by itself, it can read an updated version of the SDK and can behave based on the parameters that are in there. We will come back to the national tailoring thing because it's important. So we suggested, we made things in a way that you can do this, and we suggested, please do it, all right? Now, we cannot oblige anybody to do it. We know that it's a complication in the beginning. You have to spend some time to create an application that will adapt itself. But we saw it as the only way forward for people to escape from doing things manually. All right? You cannot escape on day one. Some people will escape faster than others, but at least we have given the option there, okay? Now, the other thing that we did, of course, is for us, it was important to create a clear versioning system. And we have this major minor patch. We have explained it many times, but I will very briefly mention it. I think it's clear to everybody now that the major number is the agreement on what the format of everything is, of the SDK, all right? We never changed it. It's only in version 1. And from that perspective, there have been 0 changes. But at the second level, the second number is the minor version number, which reflects changes that we did for where is it? For this thing that says fixes and incremental updates or regulation changes, okay? So other types of changes that were not part of the overall protocol, yes, we had several releases, all right? Now, if an application was metadata driven, in theory, it should have dealt with them with less requirements from the people that write and maintain the application, all right? So how often does this happen, okay? Now you have some experience, and I mean, not some experience, you have all the experience we have. You know how many versions we released, and you possibly you felt the pain of those releases even more than we did. In the last 24 months, we did like 12 releases or something like that.
13.
So on average, 13, yeah. Well, it's more add a month.
Since last time.
But the point is, no, the first was in August 22, version 1.
Yes.
And the last was in December or something, or November.
It was still November.
It was in November, so November 2024. So it's not 24 months, and it's 13 releases, 3 of which were done before the launch before 1.3. So anyway, the point is, if you look at the numbers, we have released on average one minor version of the SDK every 2 months. Of course, the last year, how many did we do?
3.
3 in a year. All right?
Last year, 6.
This year.
In this year, sorry, yeah. Last year. No, not the previous. I mean, the last we're still in the last one. So anyway, the point is, what I'm trying to say is, you see this information, you lived through it, all right? It's the rate is going down. Yes, it is high if you look at it from a statistical perspective, all right? But it's going down, all right? And I don't see a real need to have any maintenance release if nothing changes. You understand? At some point, but it will keep changing, like Mark Christopher says, all right? So we're not creating changes just because. We needed this. And as you also tried to fix your information systems, you didn't get it right on the first time. You had to go back and back. Okay, the same happened with us. We're doing our best, but it's going down, okay? We're doing better, I think. Now, major releases, okay, since 2022, we have 0. At the end, sometime in the end 25, we're going to have another one. So how many years is that? 3 years, 1 release. Right, roughly. I don't know how many, maybe 0, but I mean, if we make this one perfect, maybe we will never have to change the protocol again, but this is not realistic, all right? So that's about the frequency of change. Now, the adaptation to change. I already touched this. So the paradigm that you use to create your applications, and I know beforehand that you cannot change the paradigm just like that. I understand that you need time. Some people were able to do it on day one because they started from scratch, for example, or they had the money and the manpower, like our friends from Belgium, to invest from day one and change the paradigm. Or maybe you had the paradigm already there, okay? Some others did not have the resources. The point, you know, we're not comparing here, we're not in a race. Everybody needs time to jump on this. So the point is, when you will be able to shift this paradigm, this will allow you to absorb changes with less cost, all right? Because change will keep happening. Although it's going down, we cannot stop the world. The world will keep spinning, all right? Therefore, please consider it, all right? Please consider moving in that direction to as soon as you can, okay? For those that haven't. Because if you don't, yes, you will have to do everything manually, and there is no solution to that. Of course, if we do a protocol update, like we're going to do with SDK2, yes, everybody is going to have to intervene, okay? Again, asterisk, national tailoring. We'll talk about it, hopefully we can discuss it in the questions. Now, how do we what do we do so that you can, if you go with metadata driven or not, how do we deal, what are our policies or our processes so that you can cope with it? So people say, I want fewer releases. I think you said it also, but I've heard it from many others, fewer releases. All the releases, all the updates are cumulative. All right, so if suppose you are now in SDK, I don't know, 1.5, you don't have to go to 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, 1.10. Just jump directly to 24, I don't know, 1.15, because everything is there. You don't need to update to everything step by step. All right? Therefore, why is this important? Just so that I can keep my confidence. So what does this give you? All right? It doesn't force you to do as many updates as we do. All right? You don't have to follow our pace, okay? Even if it doesn't matter if we release every month or every 2 months or twice a year or every day. You just take the release that is at the spot where you are. You understand?
Just a quick comment on that, if you allow, Jens. The fact is that, of course, if we do have the complexity that we have with so many national setups, we can't just jump. We have to do more or less, maybe not every, but more or less every update anyway, because some national portal is choosing that version for their local implementation. So then we need to jump along all the time. So that's the topic about sort of just trying to organize also. But yeah, you know about that one.
This for me is terribly interesting.
Yeah.
All right. We didn't deal with this.
Yeah.
Lack of information, lack of experience, I don't know. I'm terribly interested in this. I want to hear it from you, and I want to hear it from everybody else. And we will do something about it. It is a much more complex problem than the problem that we solved. It's an equally interesting problem. We'll talk about it, but I don't have an answer to this. The only thing I can tell you is I recognize the difficulty there. I know that we just handed it over to you and said, okay, figure it out at the national level. And we're not going to change that. You will still have to figure it out. But what we are going to do is we're going to make the changes necessary on our side so that you can figure it out. All right? That's the thing.
Much appreciated.
All right? So that is about the cumulative updates, all right? Then the other thing that we're doing is we have multiple active versions. So you don't have to, you would not release an SDK, I don't know, 1.14, and we tell you, hey, by March, everybody, you have to adapt. The version that you are currently now has a lifespan, and I will tell you about the lifespan in a minute. Why? So that we don't force you to move ahead. And so that, so everybody can move at their own speed. Nobody has to wait for anybody, all right? So therefore, these two policies allow you to be flexible. Yes, it's still difficult, but at least you don't have a knife on your throat or something. And then, of course, if you're still for a long time in a past version, to the best of our ability, also we provide patches. And we say, all right, look, we have better translations. This doesn't impact validation. Good, take them. Let's create a patch. We have better visualizations. Publish them, okay? So these are the things that we do to make it as easy as possible. I really want to hear, if you have any other ideas, yes, we will implement them. If there is something that we can do, but the proposal, reduce the number of releases, for me, it doesn't really make, sorry for the word I'm using, it doesn't really make sense, because you can use whatever release you want. So in my eyes, there are not many releases. I understand your problem, okay? Still, I'm still acknowledging it, but, you know, I'm trying to say, how do we deal with this, okay? Now, what about the version lifespan? I'm sure I didn't satisfy everybody with this, but there is the questions later, so maybe we can increase the number of the amount of satisfaction. We'll see. About the version lifespan. Now, the version lifespan tries to put a break on this too much flexibility that I was talking about. Everybody does whatever they want, they upgrade whenever. Okay, and why do we try to put a break with that? Because we have to be reasonable. If everybody would be able to stay in any version of the SDK for as long as they wanted, then there would be, the notion of data quality would be out of the window. And the people that wait on the other end of the pipeline to get the data would not be able to have a coherent data source. And the people that want to do policy and analyze the data wouldn't be able to have a valuable source. So therefore, we need to be reasonable about this. And because we like deadlines, I don't like them so much, but you have to put a lifespan. If you say the lifespan, you have to say how big it is, all right? We said 1 year. But as you've seen, we're a little bit too flexible in my eyes. Carl, was there any version that we died according to its original lifespan? Yeah, everybody gets an extended life. But still, we need to keep this. It is important. Because if we don't have this, we are moving ourselves to a chaotic environment. It's like we have nothing. Okay? So yes, we provide the flexibility that we can with a lifespan, but we still have to enforce it at some point. And of course, as Mark Christopher will confirm, at some point the regulation will change, and then yeah, we have to switch. So now, because we're a network of eSenders, information systems, national hubs, and a central hub that is the publications office. And because all this is a lot of information, we have tried to, from the beginning, to make sure that there is flow of this information. And this relates to your heads up point, Daniel. It's not only about it, but it just touches it. So, first of all, the SDK itself is a means of communication between machines. And if we imagine that at one point in time, we will all have applications that can use it as data-driven, okay? This is already 80% of the problem. I don't know, the 80% is not a real statistic, I just made it up. But my point is, well, I didn't make it up, it comes from the Pareto principle, which says that 20% of the causes are responsible for 80% of the effects. Anyway, the point is, this is a big part of the impact. So at some point in time, we will get there. We are patient. We know that you are suffering until you get there, but we will do everything we can to help you get there. So machine-to-machine updates through the SDK. The SDK itself is a means of communications. Of course, we do release notes. Who doesn't? Okay, I'm sorry for claiming credit for this, but we still do it. So yeah, we do release notes, and we have this SDK Explorer that we launched last year. I don't know if you're happy or unhappy with it, but the feedback that I have received so far is positive, and I think it helps. I don't know who uses it. If you have any suggestions about the SDK Explorer for version comparisons, please give us. Touching to the heads up thing, when we release an alpha or pre-release version or release candidate, etc., the SDK Explorer allows you to compare the differences, to see what is coming with the next release. And because usually it takes like a month for us of testing several release candidates until we release. So when did we start testing 113? It was October.
It took almost 6 weeks this time.
Yeah. Okay. So the point is that during those 6 weeks, okay, I know that that is not a perfect rule, but you see what I mean? This is, and if you really need this, and it could help you. I can see with the team internally that produces the SDK and say, okay, let's put some process together so that we release, we make pre-release versions, so alpha or beta versions of an SDK as soon as we start working on it. But this is, from the technical perspective, I can do it. I don't know from the business perspective if they will let me. Okay, that's a different thing.
That's how consistent we can get something.
Yes, exactly. It's not as simple as I make it sound, but it's possible. That's the thing. Then, of course, we have the developer documentation portal and the forums. And yes, the forums are not a support channel like the help desk, but the team that works with the SDK follows them every day, and we interact. Hopefully, we never let you down. I didn't have any. Any real complaints didn't reach me yet. If they should, please raise your hand and complain now. Hopefully, we didn't let you down. The documentation. If you look at the documentation site, it's a huge resource. Yes, it is complicated, but I think that the documentation that we have put online is quite thorough. It is written. Documentation is code, so you can also suggest improvements or fixes, etc. So you can give us, point out to us where there is a problem so that we can address it faster if you spot problems. We're doing this, workshops, and we're trying to work with you as much as we can. I mean, we're open to the biggest possible extent, and we're welcoming your requests for specific help. Although this is not, through our help desk, our regular support channel. This is not just a support channel. Is that just we're open to discuss problems, for example, like the one that we just talked about with the tailoring. There's the help desk mostly for business users. And then I see that I have the GitHub discussions twice here, which is silly of me, but it's okay. So, how am I with time?
About now.
Yes, okay. So about perfect. Yeah, all right.
2 minutes.
Okay. 2 minutes late. Oh my God. Well, I had to do something wrong.
We stole 15 minutes from the start.
So I'm closing. This is the last slide. So on the data collection side, the SDK is there to give us the flexibility that I described. It's not the most flexible thing in the world. Let's try to make it more flexible, but with specific ideas, not with just complaining, we don't like it. Just tell us, this is a good idea, we evaluate it, and we will put it in place, all right? Now that everybody has the experience. So the SDK on the data collection side provides the flexibility and give us adaptability, so the flexibility is about how many versions we can skip, when do you want to do your upgrades, okay? And the adaptability also is, there is this metadata-driven thing. If you can do it, you are more resilient to change without having to go to your contractors or your developers to change everything, all right? And on the dissemination and reuse side, which is the other end of the pipeline, the ontology provides a common vocabulary which we can use to ask questions about the data, regardless of how and when they were collected. So, thank you.
you very much, Yanis, especially. We gave you 1 hour and you did it in 50, so.
Come on.
You could. No, we gave you a shorter deadline. So just so you know what it feels to have a short deadline, etc., etc. No, yeah, I'm very glad we managed to cover so much this morning because we got a bit of regulatory stuff. I did the business stuff. We see the outside world, the inside world, and how we have all these competing interests. As a former head of unit, Manuela used to say, she says, we're all in it together. So we're all in the same boat. And it's true. That's what's happening now. Immediately, if we could share one slide or question, not to answer straight away, we'll just put it online. We had one question for you, which, in fact, I wanted to squeeze in after mine. And it's just what do you want to see in the next SDK? Just an open question. Imagine you could snap your fingers and we could do it. Just put something in. We'll leave this open over lunch. So those of you at home also, you can do it slowly. And we'll pick it up at 2 o'clock after lunch. We'll see what has come in over lunch. And we have, I think, 43 other questions that we will catch, 44 questions we will catch after lunch. We have 2 hours. It should be okay. So plenty of time to discuss. So bon appetit. See you at 2 o'clock. So welcome back. I hope you all had a good lunch online and here in Luxembourg. So to get us started in the afternoon, so it's Q&A afternoon. And we left you open a question before lunch for those of you who had ideas, which we'll bear in mind. So if I just want to, I'll comment them as I see them. I haven't seen them until now. And we'll see what sort of ideas come in, if we have anything. So we have some German legislation. You have different values for if it's suitable for SMEs to change it from an indicator to a code list. So multiple values for suitable for SMEs. And currently you're working around with BT 300, which is the additional information, which is a very convenient field, but it cannot do everything. So that's probably we'll see them separately, but it's probably a regulation change that possibly could be done earlier as well. Free text field for entry criteria. I guess that's maybe selection criteria. And then you could add a direct link to the selection criteria. I think that was also a German need, so you could link directly to the document that has a selection criteria, rather than just saying it's in a document. So that's also one we had to consider in the pipeline. That would be a new field.
There will be a new field, yes.
So that's it.
What we can do, and that is a kind of,
Just Mike. Yeah. Okay.
what we can do is, if it is for me, when we have the SDK 1.14, we can add fields wisely, which we then will be part also of the third amendment. So if we see that there is a request that is necessary to make it easier to provide specific information, we can, if it was for me, we can actually add this in an SDK, but then correct this also in the amendment, so that the amendment then reflects what we have also in the SDK for the additional fields, like this direct link to the selection criteria. In any event, any field that we would add would be optional. So there is no need to actually use those fields.
Yeah, so you would legalize it or formalize it afterwards, after we add it. If it's an optional field, there's no obligation. Can I scroll down? Oh, do you need to scroll? Oh, yes. Thank you. No more rules, increasingly complex. Yeah, the rate of rule addition is slowing. So all the rule changes that come now are because there's some regulatory change, or the rule can be improved but the rate of change is much less than before. So we don't have a big backlog of rules that we've got up our pocket that we're going to come out with. That happened mainly in 1.8, 1.9. So those were the big conditional mandatory rules. So yes, we'll go easy on the rules. That's true. That's a good question. Can we use NUTS level 2 instead of just NUTS level 3? So that saves you to do it.
I would like to answer this. For me, it's fine to adjust this in SDK 1.14. We would then also need to formalize this through the next amendment, because I think the description says NUTS 3 code. So that's something that we need to then also formalize in.
Yeah.
For me, it's fine, because it's not only Germany who has this request, also other countries.
Luxembourg's fine. Luxembourg based. So if you could just scroll down a little bit, interpretation, that's 3. Yes, indeed. So if you want to do like a big region in Germany or even big region in Belgium, you have regions in Belgium, so big enough. You have to enter lots of level 3s to follow it. Okay, the value of contract modification to be reflected and kept in a separate field. This would ease the statistics and would bring more clarity to the publication for the public. Okay, could be a good idea. Why doesn't TED aim at publishing notices below threshold? That would be, I guess, a directive change to oblige it. You just change the thresholds, but you probably have a better idea.
Actually, it's already done. Member states can voluntarily publish notices below the thresholds on TED, so there is no one holding the buyers back not to do this. With the TED XML, we had the problems. There was no way of indicating in the notice that it's not part of the directive. So what they have done is, in this additional field, they said, this procedure falls under national legislation XYZ. With eForms, there is the possibility to say, that is done from the German side. You use other for legislation. And then there is this BT08C field or something like this, where you can actually type in the code of the legislation. So it's already possible.
Yeah, and with 1.13, we will have the voluntary ones where it's even clearer that it's not one of the other ones. Group the rules in order to simplify the implementation. Currently, rules apply to the same element, and integrating them can be challenging. I don't know how feasible that is, but we'll see what could be done. NUTS level 2, well, we discussed for progress. Indeed, it's open on eProc, so maybe if we do something, we can reply there, or the Commission will reply on that one. It's their choice. Free text, is there suitable? We got a later result. Okay, if you could just scroll down. Don't never know it's up or down. Better error handling in eForms, clearer error messages, identifying the fields and errors easily. Yeah, this is hard work ongoing. So in 1.13 we changed the label, so you don't get in form 16 blah blah blah. This is what happens. We say this is not valid in this condition, and then in brackets we say in form 16, just to change the order of the message itself, so that you don't see the form at the beginning because you're already in the form. You don't need to know again. And the fields and error, every error message, every error is triggered by a field. So normally that can be linked, but indeed there might be multiple fields referred to in the message. But that's a very long, slow process, I think. More simplicity, yeah, that's cannot disagree.
But if you have ideas on simplification, please go ahead. It's a little bit like the solution should be more user-friendly. It's not something that you actually can build on because it doesn't say on how to do things. So if you have the idea, more simplification, that's nice. We'll read it, we'll say, yes, good. but if we don't get concrete ideas, it will be very difficult. So please be clear on those ideas. There was also, we have switched now, it seems.
Could you switch back to the poll?
There was also a question on that I wanted to answer, this kind of unpublished fields.
Yes.
There was, we currently, the way we use unpublished field is not the easiest one because it's per element. We had actually already in the past quite some discussions to see how can we make the process of unpublishing fields easier. We actually have an idea. And if it would be for me, I would like to introduce this in version SDK 1.14. I hope not that Paul and Eve will crucify me later on. But we have some ideas on how to really simplify it.
We already had a discussion here with Ivan. I think we also have, maybe we're talking about the same idea, because I know that he's been talking with you. The thing that I'm not 100% sure is whether this is something that can solve in SDK 1. 90% it's going to be solved in SDK 1, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't remember. Do you remember? The new implementation for the unpublishing, the simplification. What was the decision? Can we do it in SDK 1? Yes. Normally, yes. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. We should be able to, it's important to simplify it in SDK 1, even if we make some compromises there. That's the point. Okay, thanks.
Quickly on longer lifespan, we discussed this already. We need to have the kind of lifespan. If possible, yes, we can make it longer, but also we have regulations that there will be a new implementing regulation if everything works out by the end of next year. And then we have to see.
Just to catch, no changes, simple logic from publish, that's good. The one about EPO concepts was there, but that's SDK 2, so that we covered. Open source, the internal implementation using the visitor pattern to directly evaluate EFX expressions on a visual model in JSON to save time, given that this part is poorly documented.
Can you remove that?
Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm trying to see the... No, it's okay.
Could you just scroll a little bit?
Just scroll so that it moves.
The whole question comes up. It's on the screen.
Move the question to the middle of the screen or something, if possible.
It's not working.
Let me see if I can find it here. Wait.
But you have it here. Yeah,
you can read it.
There. Okay. Would it be possible to open source the internal implementation using the visitor pattern to directly evaluate EFX expressions on the visual model in JSON format to save time, given that this part is poorly documented?
So I think it would be
well, it uses
code,
okay, wait. So instead, okay, you mean instead of the okay, you would like to use visitor. First of all, you can use visitor if you want in your own implementation. You want me to switch the toolkit to visitor pattern. Well, I wouldn't prefer that. The whole thing is based on a different event model, but we can discuss this. Send a message to the GitHub forum, and I'll join in and we can discuss it over there. We can also talk to each other about this. But certainly you can do an implementation on your own using the visitor pattern.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll wrap up.
A little bit of
yes.
What are they talking about?
Yes, exactly. I'm glad you were there. Okay, let's leave 114 for now. If you want to keep putting ideas there, that's fine. For sure, not everything is coming. Actually, this is not 114. This is to thank our speakers.
Yes.
One for you.
It's not for me.
Sorry. No, sorry, no.
So that you have the impression that they are home.
Your Christmas prayer. To thank our speakers for coming all the way to Luxembourg. Thank you. And just so you don't think that there were presents for anyone else, there's no Christmas is not early in 114 yet. So, but you can send your Christmas, your request to Father Christmas SDK 114. Okay, let's switch to the 47 questions that came in this morning. And so we're starting from the oldest down to the most recent. We'll try and go quickly. Some of the answers might have come up in the presentations. If so, we'll try not to stick on them again. I don't know the answer to the first one. For how many tenders is there also information about the awarded tenders? So how many competition notices have a result notice? I don't know.
Me neither.
But we can have a look and see if we can get it out.
PPDS?
PPDS knows yet?
PPDS?
It doesn't have all the data yet.
We don't have all the data yet, so we are currently processing it.
Yes.
But it's a very important question. We need to
Yep.
see, yeah.
Yeah, it's a question we need to get back to. What?
Danny's not sitting here, so.
And Ted. Okay. Winner chosen. And yeah, but you can have a non-winner, which is also a result. So you cannot query. You'll have to compare the links. And then if the links are good, so it gets a bit complicated. But yeah, it's get complicated. But yeah, it's a very good question, indeed. Schema-wise, are version 1.12 payloads compatible with 1.13? How to know what additional rules have been added in 1.13 when compared to 1.12? So back in September, and I think even in June, in the eSenders workshop, we explained that the schema, 1.13 schema, is the same as a 1.12 schema if you're using the same mandatory fields. Obviously, the schema has more fields which you can choose not to use. It's possible that you can just rename your 1.12, send it, and it could validate if it doesn't get tripped up by a few of the rules that came in 1.13. To know the difference, you can read the release note from last week, and you can use the SDK Explorer to compare as well.
There are changes, as you say.
Yeah, it's just a version number change.
So between 112 and 113,
yeah, but
there are some changes.
The schema can change, but not for mandatory fields.
Yeah, but the question is, are payload compatible? I don't know the answer. Okay. You have to look here and you see exactly what are the changes in the comparison. So I had to open the SDK Explorer
Exactly. So in the SDK Explorer, you can see, for example, all the review section has been added to the schema. If you don't use, ED, IPI, so there's new fields. But if you don't use your fields, payload maybe is the technical term.
Payload is basically I'm giving you something.
Yes, okay.
So I'm giving you the whole thing.
Okay.
So is it the same?
I assumed it.
If I give you 112, is it the same as 115?
It's not the same. That's true. Yeah. It's the same for mandatory seal. It's not the same for all the schema. Exactly. And check the release note and the SDK Explorer to see the difference. Yes. Is it correct that visualization API for SDK 113 will be first in production in February? No, actually, the visualization and even CVS in production can already handle 113. What we cannot handle in 113 yet is submission and publication on TED in production. In preview, you can submit, but the CVS and API can be used already in production. If 113 only goes live in production from February 25, shouldn't it be supported until February 26 rather than November 25? This is for the standard lifespan, so this is patches. Normally we wouldn't extend that lifespan because as everyone starts implementing, that's when people discover the issues that require patching. In general, after about 1 year after the original release, we've pretty much seen all the issues that would require patching. So there wouldn't be a need to go back, apart from translations and view templates, which might be outdated. But indeed, there's a gap between February and November, so we could reconsider that. But normally we wouldn't patch, we would extend the extended lifespan. So we would accept it for longer, because you can't actually use it till February. Okay, when releasing a new version, have you considered the possibility of providing migration support documents for at least the last 2-3 previous versions? It depends what you consider by migration support documents. We have release notes where you can find it. The documentation is versioned on the docs website.
All right. So can I? First of all, this is the role of the SDK Explorer. The SDK Explorer allows you to compare any two versions. So that is already, that's why we created, so that you can see the changes between whichever version you are in and whichever you want to go to. Now, if you have some suggestions for improving the SDK Explorer, we're all ears. And
It's open source.
yeah, well, yes, of course, it's open source, but I mean, I'm also willing to put the resources to help in that direction. Of course, we welcome any contribution, but the point is, the tool for this is the SDK Explorer. It allows you to compare any two versions. If the information is not enough and you have a suggestion for us to make it better, please send us a message in the forum.
Okay, I think it is disrespectful, your answer to the many changes, that it is not a big deal. For small companies, the many releases is a killer. Maybe it isn't for Marcel and company, but for all others it is. Therefore, it's not a fair competition. So the question is, how will the EU secure a better release plan? So yes, we've discussed it a bit this morning. It's heavy for everyone. Marcel have more capacity, but they have more versions. So
It's still a pain.
it's still a pain. So I think Alex this morning, it's from Czechia. It's the national service. They also have the pain. We have commercially senders, smaller ones, small teams. It's also a pain. So indeed, the more resources the better, but private or public companies also need resources. Public organizations, if you don't have any public funding, you're not going to do anything either.
Can I chip in a little bit here?
We discussed changes a bit.
No, there is.
That came after this question.
Yeah. But I don't know when it came, but I think that the disrespectful has to do with my answer.
Your initial one.
Yes. Okay, I will defend myself by saying that I didn't say it's not a big deal. But anyway, I didn't mean any disrespect. So I'm taking the opportunity just to clarify that. I understand that it is difficult for smaller companies. And in the presentation that I did earlier, I think I went into detail for the things that we are doing one by one and why, in order to address this issue. Of course, it is understandable that you still have problems, even though we did the things that I explained. Yes, I don't expect that it will solve every little problem, but this is the approach we're taking. And if you have specific suggestions on how we can improve this, we are open. I think the suggestion of reducing the releases is not a suggestion that is realistic. That was my message. I'm sorry if it sounded disrespectful. We cannot solve this problem by reducing the number of releases or stopping change. We have to find other ways, and we're open to your suggestions. Thank you.
But we do need a good plan for next year. So all these, what do you want for 114, what comes in one SDK2 and all, putting things together so that you can plan ahead with dates and scope, I think will help everyone. So bigger or smaller, I think everyone needs that. So that's what we can do to secure a better release plan. I think that's for everyone will be better. So Pietro Palermo, is it possible to have access to the SDK 1.10 release notes? It'd be useful to understand the changes made from SDK 1.9 onwards. So the release notes are on GitHub, the SDK on GitHub, and the SDK Explorer also brings it out and shows it to you. So that's available. The next question is someone who does public procurement as well. So no, not European Dynamics. So there are so many complaints against them according to software development. The question is, how will you, the supplier, no, we are the buyer, manage them so though we don't drown in errors and deficiencies, etc.?
This is biased. I think we should keep it.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's whenever you outsource software, you have to deal with your contractor. I mean, some of you are contractors in this room, and it's a relationship that has to be built. I would say one thing, we have a working system already, thanks to our outgoing contractor. So that's already going to be a help for the new contractor. We have to make sure they don't break stuff, but, you know, things are running now.
The responsibility lies with us.
Yes, it's up to us to do it.
It is independent of the contractor. We'll continue doing as good a job as we've been doing and better, regardless of the contractor. It is our responsibility. So don't worry about it. Everything is going to be fine.
And errors and deficiencies will happen. We keep them to a minimum. But we haven't found bug-free software yet. If anyone knows, let us know. Okay, so lawfulness checks via algorithms, and more specifically the language check, for example. Hopefully the use of technical terms in English in a text that for the rest is written in another language will not trigger this kind of warning. I think this used to happen, has happened in the past when you're writing in one language and you bring in technical terms in another language. And before we had a contractor that used to read them and say there's too much mixture of language. Whatever we do with lawfulness checks, we'll have a threshold. So if the threshold for a language check says, you know, it's 90% in the right language, we'll probably let it go and say we assume the rest is just jargon that is seeped in. Obviously 50-50, you should pick it up. So no, it will not systematically trigger a lawfulness check all the time. So that we have a level, but we'll have to tune it to the right level so we pick up the right things. Open source, the visitor pattern, that came on the other side, so that's taken. We can get rid of the open source one. We tried to upload a notice in SDK 1.9 in the preview environment to understand the changes made from a practical point of view. But uploading notices changes the content of the notice itself, so the many errors more are shown than it would be otherwise. If this bug would be fixed, may you fix it?
So he's talking about notices 2 in preview.
Preview, that shouldn't happen.
But notices 2 in preview doesn't have SDK 1.9.
Yes, it's a
It does.
1.9 is still valid. We are receiving.
And what,
but no,
I see too many validation errors.
We should check if you mean uploading XML into notices 2 front end. If that makes some changing.
All right, but I think I have the answer.
If you're submitting 1.9 through the API, your XML is not changed. So if you had errors, it's because the XML had the errors.
No, but the point, I think the problem that I have in is that, okay, he's trying to upload an SDK 1.9.
Yeah.
The validation rules that validate this are the SDK 1.9 validation rules, which are not the same as the validation rules of 1.13 or.
But
so when you upload a notice with SDK 1.9, it is validated with SDK 1.9, right? You upload a notice that says, I'm SDK 1.9. So it will be validated against the rules of SDK 1.9. That's the point. And those validation rules, which are, I don't know, for SDKs back, are not necessarily, as clean as the updated rules that we just released last week, okay? So maybe the messages that we had back in SDK 1.9 last year, that's 1 year ago.
It's saying change the content. So here, if you send something to the XML, we do not change your content. The same XML you submit.
No,
the XML you send goes all the way through to dead. We add 3 fields,
No,
publication
I
date,
understand.
OJS issue, and publication date.
We don't have somebody
There's
who
only-
notices too. Well, we have
eNotices 2 does upload, if you bring XML in 1.9 into the front end of eNotices 2 in preview today, it's going to try to interpret it from a 1.13 point of view.
Yes.
So
yes,
there you're
and
importing
that's-
the thing.
So there
we have
probably
no
there is
solution
some
for
kind
that.
of bug.
It's not a bug, it's a feature. It's an unavoidable situation. Your screen is in
All right,
1.13. You cannot always squeeze in 1.9
Okay, but
data.
we
into your
don't
screen.
have to make an
We don't have a
excuse here. We
solution,
need
no.
to help. So can you send us the notice and let's play with it a bit. Send us the notice.
Yeah, any 1.9 will have this problem.
Send us the notice with the one that you have a problem to the help desk, and we'll have somebody look at it and try to inspect the problem ourselves. Maybe there is a bug there.
It's not a bug. We will never fix this. Your data is not the same.
You know too much.
You cannot get 1.9 data to pretend it's 1.13.
It's okay.
So there will be some fields you have to put in again and say, I have to get this notice from 1.9 to be valid in 1.13. So the screen, you can get it through. That is a problem.
Okay.
And it's also a problem when you change a notice. When you continue a procedure, you always have this
I'm not an expert
SDK
in
difference in
notices.
XML, which can bring problems. Yeah.
I'm not an expert in notices.
And we don't have a solution for that. It's a best try,
Yeah.
and the buyer has to fill it in again and conform to the data. So today, if you bring in a 1.12 and you put it into 1.13 today, and you're unlucky that your nuts code has been affected by the nuts 24, you're going to have to change all your nuts codes again.
Yes, I understand.
And there's no easy way unless we
it's the
have
best effort
some.
conversion that Notices
Exactly.
2 does.
Yes.
And there is no bug. Basically, it's
No.
just there is no correspondence between the fields, and then it's
Yes,
unfixable.
it's unfixable unless we provided a converter every time, but we're not going to do that.
Just to say it, it's a feature, it's not a bug.
Yeah, ultimately,
Yeah, it's a feature.
Yeah. So we're not going to fix it, but yeah, it is a problem, but we can't fix it that easily.
Send the notice.
Pick any notice. So, Exxon, if there are to be fewer releases per year, the one-year validity of the releases will then become obsolete. It's a fair point. We haven't tried this out yet. First, let's have fewer SDK versions, if that happens. But yes, it's a fair point. We will have to revise that.
But I don't understand the point of this question.
We pipe an SDK once a year, and I say it's valid 1 year.
Yes.
By the time the next one comes out, it's like the day the other one has ended support.
Yes, so if we have an SDK every 5 years,
Yes, you'll have to extend the lifespans.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
And what is the point? Is they going to,
No, today-
going to stop spinning?
No, today we say that generally each SDK version has a 1-year lifespan, the standard one.
Yes.
It's a
And
matter of the overlapping time.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
And
Of
at one
course.
point, yeah.
Of course, yes.
So-
It will not become obsolete. It will
We can
change
have it.
size, right? It will not become obsolete.
Then the 1-year validity will be
The
of
1
course
year
longer.
will become obsolete, not the validity
Yes.
period.
No worries. Yes. It's a convention. It's not a rule. Good question. Next one. When TED receives the eForms, does the TED team provide a human intervention to check validity of eForms? No. There are no humans involved except for lawfulness checks. So in the old forms, we had a company reading every notice. With eForms, we depend on the schematon rules and some lawfulness checks. So ultimately, it's a responsibility of the buyer to provide valid data. We've seen the results of some of that. How is the SDK generated?
All right, we have I told you yesterday, I think that we are considering with Mark Christopher to share it with the world. But I told you yesterday we have this database where we encode, it's a relational database where we encode all the information that we have about eForms. And we call it the eForms metadata database. And on top of it, we have a piece of software that we create here internally, which is called the eForms metadata manager. And there's a lot of people that go in there and update the rules and every different part of it, the visualizations and the EFX and the schema and everything. And through the metadata manager, we have an export utility, an SDK release wizard actually, which takes you through all the steps of the generation of the SDK. So it's a piece of Java code that generates the artifacts that are committed in GitHub. And I hope this answers your question.
What's the difference between eForms Third Amendment and eForms SDK 2? So I would say one is legal and one is technical. That's the short version. So the eForms Third Amendment is the third amendment to the eForms Implement and Regulation of 2019. So that is a big document published in the official journal with a nice big annex with 300 fields or so. That's the eForms Third Amendment to the regulation. And the eForms SDK is a technical implementation that defines it, which has different versions, which we saw this morning.
I think the question related to SDK 2 specifically, and the content and the change. So as we discussed earlier, very likely we will use the chance to move towards the third amendment that we will also provide the SDK 2 to move towards this third eForms amendment.
See how the timing.
Exactly, we have to see about the timing.
I like the next question.
This is, why do we keep extending? I think this is a question from a reuser. So why do you keep extending the SDK deadline for eSenders? If the changes are not as complicated as you say, then top eSenders should be able to update easily within a year.
They are
Don't know what to.
They are
Please, reusers need quality data to build innovative services that can improve our transparency. That's true, but if you have no money, it's quite hard to upgrade. So
yes, but
that's also difficult.
of course. But he's talking about top eSenders. What I want to say about this, by looking at this question, I realize that it points out that there is a supply and demand equation here without the free market rules. And that's a thing that to think about between us that are making decisions about this. There is a supply and demand equation, and here you have the demand saying, hey, we need supply. All right? And they don't have any leverage, so they have to tell us. You see? I understand. I think that top eSenders, it depends what we mean top. Do we mean big or do we mean advanced technologically?
Faster, I guess.
But if we are talking about advanced technologically, I think they do adapt to the SDK as fast as possible. Normally, I think it takes them a couple of months. What about Belgium? How much time does it take you? 2-3 months maximum?
Depends when you start.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't see this as a bad number. It could be faster, but 3 months is not slow. It's reasonable. All right, it's a reasonable amount of time because there is also the complexity that we said before that we didn't touch, which is the tailoring stuff, which is complicated, even if you're fully automated. Yeah. So 3 months is a reasonable amount of time that eSenders, I think. Yeah, please.
Yeah, just a comment. In practice, I just asked the team here in parallel, and they're saying we're currently running with 111, 17, and 110 at the same time in parallel for different countries. But we're planning now to go to 113 within Q1. So that's our plan. I mean, with April being quite a good.
So you're also able to go to 3 months roughly.
Yeah. But the thing is that it depends on what the different countries do. Yes. If they force a certain version for their national setup, we need to support that also. So we need to balance this, and most likely we will always have multiple versions out at the same time.
In my view, if we work together with the eSenders that are more ready for this, for the next 2 years, we can bring this significantly down. The cost and the time it takes for an SDK to go from release to production, we can bring it down, but we have to tackle that problem.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Was I heard? I hope so. I'm sorry. I was looking on the.
Also to say something about this, I understand if it would be for me, if there's a new version, I would hope that the eSenders would be able to implement it in a week. Because indeed, when we see with each new version of the SDK, the data quality will improve because there are more business rules and it provides more possibilities. But the reality is that implementing eForms takes some time. So there is a kind of reality. So yeah, it's what Yannis said, there is the demand and supply side. So yeah, maybe in the future we'll get faster.
I think in the first half of next year, so if everyone makes it by April, that's like 5 SDK versions which will drop off the market, and everyone will be on 1.11 plus. I'm not sure everyone's going to make it by April, but most people should be there. And I think the reusers will finally get a more consistent set of data. So just bear with the eSenders. Once they get past up to the more recent ones, future upgrades should be more predictable. They will have more time. They will be able to plan ahead, all the things we've been hearing, and they will be able to move relatively faster than they have until now. And the changes will be more manageable for them. And then reusers will not have to worry about SDK 1.7 and older versions and juggle with different schemas and all that. So the fewer SDKs suits everyone, also for the reusers. We'll get there. I think this might be for you. What metric is used to determine the value of data quality and who established it? Is it public?
What we will do, it was actually also part of the European Court of Auditors report, where they said we need to see how the data quality improves with eForms. We will certainly provide in the future, not now, but we will certainly provide in the future in the PPDS dashboards on the data quality changes from version to version. So that is an idea of what we want to provide in the PPDS. And then, of course, it will also be public, but it's not there for the time being.
I think you can take the next one.
Yes, I will read it out first. Why are you continue to make it so complicated? For example, all the extra rules. Why not have a focus? Yeah, how can we make it simple and useful for 80% of the market? I don't fully understand this. You mean the extra rules that we have on data quality? So if this is about, if it would be for the data quality rules, there is a difference of what you can publish on TED and to establish if the data that buyers provided is good or not. For example, you need to provide a contract value, and we see that a value that is very much liked as a contract is €1. If the buyer chooses to provide €1, we cannot prevent on TED to have this information published. And then for the procurement data space, we actually will provide a dashboard where we say those notices, or 20% of the notices, have a value of €1. So that is then the role of the PPDS to visualize this. But yeah, so it's an addition, it's complementary to TED. I will take also the next one. So by when do you expect that a revision of the EU directives will be live? If I would have a crystal ball, that would be incredibly helpful. I think the last time the revision took 8 years. I don't think it will be that long this time, but it will be certainly some years. But I can't give a definite timeline.
Within 5 years? Within this commission?
I would expect that everybody will try to have within the new commission at the end the revised directives. I think that would be the aim. But if this is possible, we have to look into. Oh, the next one is also for me. So it's, is there a possibility for third-party providers to get engaged in the evaluation process or subsequent revision process? Yes, through two means. So when it comes to the evaluation process and the revision process, there is actually a public consultation. We'll start the public consultation for the evaluation process in sometime in December. I think it will be later in December. And then you have the possibility to provide your input there. The same will happen for the revision. If you're a third-party software provider and you are providing a service to your buyer, you can engage with your buyer to provide feedback then to the member states on ideas on how to provide input through this. So there are public consultation and to approach your users to provide feedback to the member state. Then I think I'll also take the next one.
Questions that were coming in during your presentation. So
Okay.
get them all together.
Okay. As an, do you look at other procurement regulations, for example, like the revision of the UK procurement legislation coming into force shortly? I think we will look into also other legislation to see how things are handled. So I think so. Then as an eSender, we welcome the eForms governance document. It gives us more visibility on what to implement and when. For us, it is really important that the transition period is long enough, allowing us to implement the changes in serenity. Yeah, of course. Actually, that the transition time for the second amendment was so short was actually on me. I was too optimistic, but that is something that we will change also when it comes to the transition period. We will discuss this with the member states. So to see, because at the end of the preparation meeting, preparation phase, we'll have an idea on what are the changes. And then also the member states can consult their service providers to see what makes sense. And then we will provide this as a part of an input for the transition time. I would like to ask on procurement legislation, is there any ceiling for abnormally low tender? How the submitted tenders are marked as abnormally low? That is a very interesting question. The information about abnormally low tenders is something that only the buyers can in the end do, because they have all the access to the procurement, to all the tenders. In the notice that will usually not show up at all. I would expect that service providers like Marcel and the others have maybe even some kind of support to mark tenders if they are abnormally low. We see that some countries, or a few countries, have something like a price catalog to understand what are the prices for specific domains. And this is a very good way of identifying abnormally low tenders. But this is, the directives can only say you can exclude abnormally low tenders, but to say in a specific domain for that price you should, it's very difficult. Okay, the next one. Have you target date for the new version API v3? I think that is now for us, for you.
So I think the question is, when will we deprecate version 2 of the API that you're using today? And then when will we force you to move to version 3? I think last time we said we'll give you at least 6 months warning, but when exactly?
We don't have any reason to discontinue version 2 at the moment. Yeah, we don't have any reason to discontinue version 2 at the moment. We're not in a hurry. It will definitely be there for 6 months and possibly more. We have to draw the line somewhere. But not before the middle of the year of 2025, definitely. If you really want to make plans for, I don't know, 2030 to have it, but I would recommend not to have it, not to make such plans, but we're not going to discontinue it immediately. And possibly this version 2 will stay there after version 4 comes in. So
You have 3 versions in parallel.
yes, so
Because it's the
we
first
will
time.
only ask ourselves whether or not we discontinue version 2 when version 4 comes. And because version 2 is in the old system, we will be able to have version 2, version 3, and version 4 in parallel. So we could keep even version 2 together with version 4, technically.
Technically.
You understand? So don't worry about it for the moment.
Okay, so then
Sorry, I
If
was
you want-
thinking a little bit about
Yeah, yeah.
loud because...
if you want to organize your work for 25, if you do it in the first half of the year, you'll be safe. That, I would say that. And it's not a big change. I mean, no, really. I mean, compared to an SDK, just changing a URL and it's the same parameters. Huh? It's it's not that simple. I don't know. For me, it just looks like a URL change, but yeah, I leave it to you.
If you have to ask a developer to do something, it's always complicated.
It depends, yeah. Okay, can we follow the plan? We're on plan, so yes, that was this morning. We're still more or less on track. We are no later. I think this might have been, I don't know whose presentation, might have been the myself person, or maybe you noticed this too. How are you planning to make 800 plus fields that buyers are obliged to fill in exciting? We'd never planned that. That's completely out of, no, never. But easier, yes.
I would suggest that maybe we couldn't make it exciting, but maybe we could automate as much as possible of it so we can pre-fill the information so that maybe you would have to review the content before you hit the submit button, but you wouldn't have to fill it out manually yourself. I think that would maybe actually make it a bit exciting to see that everything was properly pulled into the fields.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe we can play a shine if it's all right. Thanks.
That's true. If you don't have too much time, it's actually exciting not to spend time filling in a form.
What Daniel said is very true. The aim of eForms is not that buyers need to fill in the forms, the notices manually. It should be done automatically. Please, to all the buyers who are now participating online, I don't know if there will be any, what you should not do when the procurement system fills out all the information correctly because it's in their data, that you then, for example, go and change the contract value to €1 before you submit it to TED. So please don't do that. Let it fill in, but don't modify the data, please.
If I could add, maybe if you understand what's happening, it's probably easier when you fill in a form. So I think that's part of the trouble today is you don't understand the rules, so you don't know why you have to fill it in. Or maybe like Lily from Denmark said, when the buyers understand why they're filling it in, you're contributing to something bigger. And there's a bigger picture out there than just you having to buy something. So that's hard. This is a Sweden Marcel question next.
Yes.
So I'll leave it to you.
Yes, I'll definitely take this one. It's still free in all Marcel platforms to place bids. We do offer complementary services for working with collaboration and multiple accounts and things like that, but it's still free to place bids for every organization. So, yeah. Yes, okay, I'll keep going then.
If 80%.
Yeah, if 80% of the notices are not published on TED, and Marcel is one of the biggest eSender in the EU, I wonder why they don't publish below the threshold notices on TED and continue the transparency. Well, it's not really up to us to decide what data to publish where. We're a service provider that supports our buyers' needs. And if they would want us to do that, that's what we do. It's not for us to decide.
Just a follow-up question. I mean, to the first one, that it should be free. I mean, if service providers provide some additional service and then you have to pay, that's their business. What we don't have for the time being in the current directives, but what we could include in the revisional directives to say the submission of the bids must be free. But as Daniel explained, there is always the possibility to submit it for free. But if you use additional service, it's then the decision of the supplier. But what I have also on this is a question, to my knowledge, some of the service providers, they provide the possibility to say, where should this information to be published? So they can, for example, send, oh, it should be also published, let's say, not only in on the local national portal, but also should be published on TED, but you offer this solution. So you have, the buyers have the possibility, and then it's really the decision of the buyer if they want to do this or not.
I think yes. So as Marcel Daniel said, it's quite complicated and even overcomplicated. And Marcel is the same size as 80% of the rest of us combined. But yeah, as we said earlier, you have lots of resources, but you have lots of platforms as well. So in the end, the problems are the same. How will we work towards a less complex architecture, etc.? It's a bit like make it more user-friendly. It's going to be piece by piece. Maybe if I can just jump to the next question, because that might be one way. So to simplify, there's no need to have more than just 5 notices for the EU threshold notices. So planning, competition, direct award, result, contract modification. And now we have pre-market consultation. So this still...
Don't remove the previous question because we didn't answer it. Anyway.
Yes, but one way could be in the directives if there's some simplification of the forms. But yeah.
Can I say something about simplification? Just philosophical, and then you make it more real?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll be philosophical, but I'm Greek, and so maybe I'll be excused. Simplification is the hardest thing in the world, and it requires experience. And the ability to simplify things is what makes great artists and Nobel Prize winners and things like that. So it's easy to ask for simplification, but it's really a hard thing to achieve. So give us a little bit of time. I think there is commitment in the room and the Commission to go for simplification, but yeah.
The complexity of eForms arises also that there are minor differences between all the different directives. That is the reason why we have so many small notices. Some of them, I think it was, I don't even know what was the logic behind to create them in the first place. But certainly one of the goals would be for the revision of the directives to really cut it down to the bare minimum that we really need to have notifications on procurement.
Yeah, we will hunt down and shoot any stray forms that might creep into the directives. But be aware there's 27 member states, and that's where the sausage-making machine introduces its content. Proper help desk is needed. Pietro, possibly you're an eNotices 2 user, I'm guessing from your previous question. So there are some errors with contract award notices in months and no one to solicitate to solve your problems. But you are using a national eSender service. Okay, then you will have to go to your eSender service for that one. Okay, yes, well, we can't help you with the national platforms. I mean, you can ask us and we'll send you back to your service provider. That's why we love our eSenders for that, at least, because you are the ones who take the questions first, and then we will answer your questions if you have them. But we know our eNotices 2 help desk, if you're a user, is also pretty busy with the questions, so I'm not going to say that everything is fine for that. Then we have radical simplification. Why don't we just have one form? That way it will be easier to implement and develop and copy the content. For example, eForms already has drill down fields. What is the plan for this? And if there's no plan, is it something you will work on? I'd go back to the previous one. So if you could have a handful of forms,
there is a clear demand for reduction of the number of forms, basically. The demand is clear, and we feel the need also, I think.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So
no one denies
something
it.
will happen in this direction.
Yes.
Something will happen in this direction.
So we plan to work on it as opportunities arise.
Luckily, this is not up to me.
I never had the idea of having just one eForms notices. We can, of course can have just one eForms notices. I think we can even reduce the 48 forms that we have into one. We might have 150,000 business rules to make it work. If you're happy to do this, then that might be a possibility.
So in other words, form of simplification.
Currently, yes.
Well, no, the forms actually, the way the forms are expressed is some of the conditions are by subtype. So they're already implicit in the form, in the roles, some of them, because they repeat a lot. So, but if you look at the forms, they're expressed by subtype. If I can say, and thanks to Eve, we do have one schema, only one schema for all of them, that one ring. So behind the scenes, everything's expressed in one structure.
I hope that, because I used a little bit of humor and sarcasm, I hope that this doesn't go out in the wrong way. We're not laughing with the problem. We're taking it seriously. It's just we're a little bit humorous about it because it's really hard.
It's a very big jump. Yes.
Yes.
I mean, there's only so many ways to cut an onion. We still need to cut it. Either if we have more fields with less fields in more forms with less fields in each, or the other way around. I mean, the number of fields will not likely reduce in a large fashion. So, you know.
I think we will see the first real simplification of eForms with a revision of the directives. I think then we will be able to really not to have a notice which is on classical, on utilities, on concession, but that they will share much more common, that they are harmonized. So it will make it much, much easier. So I will fight for it. I hope that all the member states will also fight for it to make it work.
I think the next question you covered a bit already. Is it possible to have the SDK and eProcurement ontology mapped?
Yeah, but I'll hand this over to Natalie. Natalie, I'm reading the question. Is it possible to have the SDK and the ontology mapped? I know that you have some resources about that, so tell us. And what needs to happen so they're perfectly aligned? I will answer the second part, and I will hand it over to you, Natalie, if you want to say something about that. So what needs to happen for the perfect alignment? Perfect, there's no perfection, but okay, quote unquote. What needs to happen is 4 people that are all in this room need to start working in January, and they have until May to come up back with the answer. What is the final set of business entities that needs to go into the SDK so that it aligns with the ontology? What are the names of the field alliances that align with all the terms in the ontology and the relationships that the business terms establish, so that we can evaluate whether or not any of this is incompatible with SDK 1 and should be included in SDK 2, and the rest will go to the nearest version of SDK 1 that comes after the summer. That is what needs to happen. Natalie, can you help us with the mapping?
Okay, you have to press very hard. So I don't think there's any incapability. I think everything matches more or less. It's just fine-tuning. And I think one of the dreams that we have discussed is that we will eventually put the paths from the ontology into the SDK. But this is not for tomorrow, because we have to do it already, as I said yesterday, in the ontology. For the different concepts in the ontology, some of them have which business term it corresponds to, so this is already a good start. But we need to put all this down in paper and show it.
May I add something here, Natalie, and maybe you can help me fill it in. First of all, we have mappings between different versions of the SDK and version 4 of the ontology, right? But those are RML mappings. But apart from the RML mappings, we also have conceptual mappings in Excel format. And maybe this would be interesting to people. So we have to think about that. And maybe get a clarification through the forums and see if we can help. That's one point. And the second point that you're making is that eventually the paths from the ontology will be available inside the SDK in fields JSON as properties of the existing fields after we're done with the alignment, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, will we be able to use the conceptual mappings? That's my question.
What do you mean by the conceptual mappings? The Excel? Or the RML? Sorry?
Whatever we have. I know we have conceptual mappings in Excel before we do the RML.
Yes, I think you can reuse them, and in the next delivery of the mappings, which will cover all versions, all forms to version 4, we will have one Excel file that you can see the mappings to each SDK version in one file. So everything is grouped together.
Okay, so then, look, we will look into this. We have some resources that we can share. They're not in the best format that I would let them out of our hands. But yeah, we have something that we can put together in this direction. And yeah, we'll look into this. Let's speak through the GitHub forum.
I think the next one I'll leave to you as well. So SDK 2, will the schema change because of the alignment with ontology in SDK 2? Will you replace BT identifier so that a field ID could change? Or will the existing IDs inside fields JSON stay as they are? Where do you have a mapping between the selects BTs or the BTs or the annex or the regulation and the ontology and the new fields JSON then?
It's a 3-in-1 or something. Wait. You want to answer, Natalie?
It's an SDK.
I just had one comment because we do have our GitHub repository with the mappings in there. And the actual conceptual mappings, the Excel ones are there for the time being, okay, for forms 10 to 24 and for 29. Mappings, but then eForms. I can get it on my computer and I will tell you straight away.
No, it's okay. We can put it. We can. It can be found in the. If you go to the docs website, there is a link that talks about TED Open Data, and in there is a section that talks about RML mappings, and there are pointers to the repositories and how they work and how you can reuse them. So start from there. And if you don't find your way around, send us a message in the discussion forum about TED Open Data, and we will help you. But normally you should be able to find it through the docs website under TED Open Data Service. So about the next question, thank you, Natalie. Will the schema change because of the alignment with the ontology? So I would say normally no. I'm looking at Eve. What do you say, Eve? We don't know.
I would say no, because we will still remain based on UBL. And we will need to graph, I'm not sure if we ready for UBL 5.
Yeah, okay. So then, therefore, it's okay. I will just transfer this. So normally, no, we do not expect that the schema will have to change. And Eve's additional argument is that schema is based on UBL. And this means that even if we want to change something in the schema, we will have to change UBL, which is, I don't know, a couple of years from now, the next version. So don't expect that the schema will change because of the alignment. Of course, the question is open. Yes, we might discover something that we do not expect, okay? But what we expect is that it will not change, okay? Reasonably. Then the second part of the questions, will you replace BT identifiers so that the field ID could change, or will the existing IDs stay as they are? We are not going to touch them because we know that you use them and that you cannot help but using them. So the business, the field identifiers, we're not touching them. We're going to introduce a new thing that we're going to be calling field aliases, which is an alternative name. It is a better name than the one that you're currently using, and we will give you ample time to switch from the one to the other. So for a while, we're going to have two names, a nice one and a necessary one, all right? And then when the necessary is no longer necessary, we're going to remove it. If that covers your question. And then where do you have a mapping between the cell XBTs and the ontology and the new fields JSON?
You could think about it.
No, I'm just.
Otherwise, we won't get to the question.
What confuses me is the CELEX. I don't know
No,
what.
it's
the annex.
the business
That's the
terms.
annex.
All right.
Ignore that.
So, but basically, it's the mappings that Natalie was referring to, and
Just post it.
okay,
in
Natalie
WebEx.
posted it in the chat. Okay, thank you,
In WebEx,
Natalie.
yeah,
Perfect.
so that's the answer.
Please.
I've given the general GitHub address, okay? So I didn't drill down to where it is. You need to then go into mappings and then you pick a package.
Write it in the chat. Let's move on because we're
Okay,
out of time.
okay. Okay, yeah, okay, fine.
There are a few questions that are very interesting.
I will put it
So
in the...
maybe the next question, which countries are you expecting to use the voluntary forms to submit to TED, and which countries just might develop their own forms instead? The general move that we can see is that the general thing that I can see is that the majority of the member states will use eForms also for below the thresholds. That is the feedback that we receive. Maybe not all, but quite a lot. And I think, yeah, I don't think that as of now, member states will continue to use in the future national forms for below the thresholds. There might be, of course, exceptions.
So is there a plan to create a holistic company and buyer ID? So we
Jump the SDK2 question.
answered it already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll catch up this one. Is there a plan to have a holistic company? It's not possible. I said this already yesterday. There is no means that from the Commission side, we can impose identifiers in Europe. It's really at the merit of the member states. What we will certainly do is, and the example is, for example, like the German efforts with the Leitweg ID. The Leitweg ID is often also not used in Germany for buyers as they should be. And for suppliers, when some countries have identifiers, for example, in Belgium, you have the Industry Bank of Enterprise, something like this. There is a kind of an institution, yeah, exactly, bank for enterprise. So they have all the identifiers for not only companies, but also ministries and also, yeah. A lot of countries have them. Some don't use them in the notices, which we have to maybe better enforce, and some don't have really identifiers. So we can only try to push them in showing this information on the PBDS. I will just read out the next one. I don't know. In 2025, we still don't have a way to get reliable data out of the organization. What kind of transparency can we have in the EU if there is no way getting statistics about bias? True, it is a problem. And we will try to improve the situation. I would try, especially when it comes to the revision of the directives, to see if we can't really enforce having proper identifiers, and there is no identifier provided, then to exclude them. But it will be interesting to see.
Yeah, but with the entity resolution thing that we need to do, etc., by the end of 2025.
Yes, but it's only a help, but it's not enforcing anything.
It's not enforcing. Yeah, I get
Yeah,
that.
it's helping, but it's not. It
But
will
at
not
least we're
It's a tool to
trying.
help.
It's a tool to help, exactly.
I take the next one. How much time will we get to implement SDK 2.0? When will it be mandatory? We can't tell you yet. At least a year. If it's bundled with an amendment, then the amendment will decide that. Technically, we can be extended. So yeah, at least a year, possibly more. Depends how everyone is doing.
I have a little bit of a different viewpoint on this, which doesn't contradict with what you're saying. But the way that I would think about it is, okay, we will release SDK 2, and then we have two options. We keep releasing new versions of SDK 1, depending on what the content is of the SDK 2. And then at some point, so you understand, the SDK 1 will expire when the last released version of SDK 1 expires, yeah, with the lifespan. There's going to be enough time, certainly, where we will have both SDK 1 and SDK 2 live. And this is most likely the way it will play out, unless some hard rule comes from the regulatory environment that breaks this. But basically, we will just shift everybody as we move from one minor version to the next. We will just gradually move to SDK 2.
It's always the same questions. The reusers, and the next question is that saying, why is everyone still on the old SDKs? And the eSender saying we want more time, and the reusers wanting less time. Okay, we listen to the eSenders because without you, we don't publish anything, but the reusers out there are knocking at the door for better data. So we extended SDK lifespans. On the other hand, SDK 1.13 is the first one which is compatible with the amended regulation. So why? Is it planned to postpone the entry into force of the regulation? So implicitly, there's a tolerance period, yes. But if you wanted to follow the law, get 1.13 done by the end of February. As we said, 1.12 SDK, if you don't use the extra part, also gets you aligned with the law because it's only selection and exclusion grounds which changed in December. So, but yes, there will be there's reality out there. I don't want to start the next one because it's got a big answer. Can you propose a system architecture or a blueprint that makes it easier for implementers to adopt this metadata-driven software development paradigm? How can the metadata and the code be decoupled or loosely coupled? I would suggest first read the docs.
Okay, but look, okay.
Don't go too far, it's too open.
Yes, but the question is a little bit deeper than that. Maybe the next time we meet, we should have a discussion about this. Maybe I should prepare something about that. Maybe Jenny has to save this question for me and propose it to me as a topic in the next meeting. It's not a complicated thing to discuss, but the idea of the way that you mean a blueprint here is you're not asking us to tell you how metadata-driven architecture works, but you're asking us to tell you, okay, how can we use this in the context of the business domain, and can we put together a blueprint that brings the different parts of the problem together with the metadata-driven architecture, which of course I pointed Daniel several times. So the most sensitive part of this is the tailoring part. All right. So it's not a terribly complicated question. It's an interesting question, but we cannot answer it like this. I will come back to it. I will try to get back to this in the next presentation that I'm going to do. I don't like giving promises, but sometimes I have to.
March, probably.
Sometimes I have to give to give promises.
At the next workshop. So yeah, it's a subject.
I'm adding problems to myself, but yeah.
Okay.
I will see what we can do about this because it is important.
So reusers, we cannot move at our own speed. As soon as an SDK is out in the open, we may get notices in that version. If you add, for example, new forms, as in SDK 1.13, even without metadata-driven applications, as a reuser, we have to know what to do when we encounter the new form. That's true. There's not that much uptime. The SDK comes with examples. You can go into, well, that's just XML in the SDK in GitHub. You can go into preview and generate some notices of your own if you want to try them out. Try variants that you want. But yes, reusers have to be quite agile to respond. But hopefully the information out there helps you get closer. The next question could be either. So please note that we're not only asking for fewer releases, but other better quality assurance of the releases, fewer errors, better support, help desk, shorter response time, better migration strategy. This means you must pay attention to the whole picture, not just parts of it. Yes, we're trying to improve it bit by bit. So fewer errors, I think we have fewer errors. So like Yannis says, what do you mean by a bug? Is it that the rule is bad or not? Yeah, was it badly specified? There are not that many of those. Better support for the help desk, so that's come up a few times to give you better channels, for at least from an eSender point of view, if you've got the channels you need. Better migration strategy, that depends on what you're migrating, what your infrastructure is like. So yeah, but the whole picture is important. Okay.
Well, yeah, but the migration strategy, okay, it depends on what you mean, because we cannot make a migration
we don't
strategy
know. We don't know.
On the other side.
We don't know what environment you're working in, so how can we help?
So therefore,
so tell us.
You know what we're providing. If you have a specific suggestion, right, just give it to us, because really it is overwhelming to try to think of everything. And we're destined to fail in answering.
It's okay.
Answering all the questions that we cannot ask. You understand? So help us, point this to us. Understand. If you ask the right question, we will provide an answer. But if it is too generic, better migration strategy, I mean, I don't have an answer.
We'll go to the next one, which will also.
Which is, I'm sure it's valid. You see?
Yeah, we know, but it varies too much. There's
how can I grasp it?
You cannot.
I don't know the environment.
Wait. We cannot solve everyone's problems because there are too many systems out there. That's for sure. So yes, if you've got something specific which works and we can do it, we can help. We cannot help everyone. The SDK is already very complete. We have we have a lot of stuff out there, but where do we start? Probably the easiest thing to work on is having like help desk and support and giving you quick replies. That's probably the most obvious one we can help on. The next one is more of a comment, but we cannot fully integrate our software with the SDK or fully leverage its capabilities because it's not flawless. It's a moving target and we have little influence over it. Yeah, you can't influence everything. It's moving. Each SDK is different, but the SDK itself is stable. So once you're developing against an SDK, it's not moving anymore. The next move is your next upgrade, but we give you a stable SDK. It's great risk to the stability, it's useful, but why, for example, EFX, instead of focusing on eForms itself? That depends what you need.
Again, okay, so I don't know how. Look, about the influence that you have.
No. Just the end. Why EFX instead of eForms?
Yeah, but can I talk also about the influence, or is it too much?
It's too much.
It's too much. Okay, I'm not going to talk.
No,
we are open to your influence.
We keep coming back to the same theories again and again.
We are open to your influence. Now,
so it's a little bit like the Three Stooges.
Yeah. Why effects instead of focusing? Well, the question is rhetorical. I don't need to explain why EFX instead of focusing eForms. Basically, the question says, why do you even give priority to EFX? Well, if we didn't give any priority to EFX, we wouldn't be able to give you validation rules, because that's what we use to express validation rules, and we wouldn't be able to have the visualizations that we have. So that's why we have EFX. And yes, it is important. And yes, we need to update it. Otherwise, we will not have the validation rules we need and the visualization we need. And focusing on the eForms themselves, that is why we have a second and a third person, so that I don't have to deal with everything. They deal with the eForms themselves, what fields there are and what the rules are and all that stuff. So.
Yeah. So why doesn't TED aim to publish below the threshold? We've had that already. It comes up in different ways. When at earliest would it be possible for the Publications Office to release SDK 113 production? I think February, mid-February, yeah. We're not going to promise anything more. You'll just be disappointed. Is E6, so this is contract modification, designed for below the threshold performance. It will be used for defense directive only. I think the rules allow you to use either other legal basis or the defense directive as a legal basis. So you have the choice. It was requested by defense, but it can be used for below threshold. Could you add a service on the TED API to migrate a notice from a specific SDK version to a newer one? Yes, it's a good idea. It takes effort, so we don't have the resources now.
From a specific SDK version to a newer one.
So you have some sort of transformation between XML. That's quite heavy.
Well, no. Basically, the answer is no, because we didn't do it in notices where we would need it. Huh? We don't do it, right? Yes.
I answered the question. The example 1.7 to 1.12 will not work because 1.12 introduced mandatory fields that are not existing in 1.7. So everything before to 1.12 will not work. So nice idea, but no.
I would say technically it's possible. We have a converter from the old XML to eForms, which gets you quite far. It's never going to be perfect, but we don't really have the capacity to provide that for every SDK. The good thing I was saying that now, the schema is a bit more stable. So if you go from 1.12 to 13, you have new fields, but everything else is the same. So there's nothing to migrate. So there's no service to provide. But there is some...
like CDD codes and things might change, but...
Some codes change, yeah. And you get caught up. So it's a good idea, but we don't have the resources, so we can't add it.
Anyway, I think by the time we implement something so complicated, AI will have surpassed us and will do it automatically. So maybe we should save the time and energy on something else.
So the next one I will take, when do you expect all TED data to be available in the PPDS, or just 2023 or 2024? We actually want to incorporate the data since 2015. Because the integration takes some time, will not be done today. But I expect that in the first quarter next year, we will have the data in the PPDS.
Back to 2015?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a question that probably came up as we were talking. Can we already submit SDK 1.13 notice in the production API? No, that's the mid-February thing. So you cannot submit. You can view, you can validate. You can submit in preview, but not production. That's clear enough. Ooh, what is the background to business rule BT 118? Good grief. See below for the text of the rule. Oh, yes, thank you. The rule fires even if it's not present. We generally question the meaning of the rule. We'll get back to you on that one. So all the questions we're doing now, we're going to try to write them in black and white, but don't hold your breath. If it's before Christmas, you're very lucky, because we'll try and put them in a structured way, group them together, and give you consistent answers that you can read carefully afterwards. So anything we said that didn't make sense, we'll try and make sense in a written term that you can read and share. Okay, we'll jump those two rules, but we'll get back to you really, but not now. So in terms of the SDK Explorer, I think one kind of classification of files view would be wonderful, because now we have to go through field by field on the modified ones to specify the changes, to see if it affects our data processing module. I'll give you detailed suggestions on the Git forum. So,
yes, please.
Excellent.
Yes,
thank you. That's great.
Thank you.
Pietro, in the current page of the eForms SDK, they're not the branches for SDK 110 and 111, so the release notes are not accessible. They are sort of bottom right. You press on releases and you see them all, and you have to paginate quite far because you've got patches in between. Personally, I use the SDK Explorer. That's quite nice. You pick your SDK version, and it gives you both the release note of the main one plus the patches. So if you're on 1.10, you see 1.10.1, 10.2, 10.3. So personally, I recommend that if that's all you want to see. If you only want release notes. Here's an issue. Consider a different template technology for SDK 2. They don't think that EFX is a good visualization technology that can save you resource to create EFX, a more efficient rule engine. Consider the business entity for the view templates. The current view templates are very pure and not customizable.
Yeah, of course, there are other templates that we can, a template system that we can use. However, there's a number of things that you can do with EFX. For example, address the values of fields that are inside the SDK already, and we're already addressing them for the validation rules. We evaluated several languages to do the validation rules. So we decided that we would go for a custom language because none of the existing languages served our purposes. And then we decided that the one custom language that we're going to do is going to be this one, EFX. Well, that's what came out of the room where it was built. And we decided to use the same language both for visualization and validation rules. I don't know, if you want to implement something with using an existing solution and share it with the world, you can reshare it. But there is no consideration now in throwing everything away and starting from scratch to customize an existing language just to avoid having a grammar. We have a grammar file, we customize it and we use it.
Yep. Yes, are you expecting, do you want to take that one?
When are you expecting the third amendment to be implemented in the SDK? Will this also be inside an SDK 1 or only 2? When will a new SELEX be published? The third amendment, I hope if everything goes well and there is no big hiccup, it will hopefully be adopted in December next year. The SDK for it will certainly be released afterwards. We have to see when we know the impact or the changes to understand when it will be available. Then will there be SDK 1 or 2 release? It could be, like we said before, even the 2. So it would be, no, what I mean is that we have a version in 1 and a version in 2.
Yes.
So when will a new SELEX be published? So alongside the adoption, of course, we will have a new annex or new SELEX. What we'll also have is when we start the work on the third amendment procedure, we will also have an annex that we will discuss with all the participants, where you will also be able to see what are the changes from the previous one. So with the track changes, more or less.
I just want to add the thing about SDK 1 and 2. The only difference that is planned for between SDK 1 and 2 is EFX at the moment. There's no other planned difference. Unless you come to us and say, we want you to change this, or unless we bump on something that is, requires something new, there's not going to be any difference. So SDK 1 and SDK 2 will be the same. And you will be able to jump from one to the next with only consideration of, changing how you use EFX. And because not everybody uses EFX, a lot of people will not really care about this. So we don't know yet exactly if there's going to be other changes. We will know before the summer, and we will let you know as soon as we find out, okay? And we're developing these things openly, so you can follow, okay?
On which level can lawfulness warnings trouble? During the manual lawfulness check, notice submission isn't blocked because of these warnings. Yes, so if your notice shows up with a lawfulness notice, it comes through, it reaches us, your buyer will not be upset. If it shows up, the rule is fairly transparent. It says if you're not in the right country, and now since 113, if the word test is in the organization to catch those of you testing in production. If that happens, colleagues in-house have a look, and within a few hours they will accept it, and it will enter the next export. So right now, lawfulness is not a big deal. It's not affecting many of you. Next year, we'll see what we do with some algorithms, but again, we'll get thresholds that mean that most cases will go through. So it's quite a rare, lawfulness is quite rare still, so don't worry about that for now. And don't even worry about it in general. Your users will not be blocked, the buyer will have sent it. So, and we will publish within 5 days. So the only effect of lawfulness is that as fast as possible, we'll be a little bit less fast if we don't manage to validate it and check it in time for the next export and you're 1 day later. But it's never going to be more than 1 day later than what they're doing today. Then we have a repeated question about view templates, which we've answered. So other engines, so you can use other engines, but we use EFX. So can we please commit that we will really drop the older eForms SDK versions in April? There will be no more extensions. That's a reuser question, not an eSender question, I think.
There is no plan to have any more extensions on those releases because there are requirements that need to be implemented with version 1.13 or 1.12. So there is no plan to extend it.
The PDF generator, what we call TED Viewer, doesn't correctly take into account the layout of description fields, for example, which make them difficult to read and to understand the need information given by the buyer. Do you plan to correct these layout problems?
We don't use rich text, if that's what I mean. So if you mean the layout respecting carriage returns, yeah, maybe we could do something about that.
Not easy.
But if you're talking about rich text, etc., no.
No bullet points, no carriage returns.
Yes.
Yeah.
Paul, do you have something to say about that?
No, it's UBL. It doesn't allow it.
No, but about the layout problems.
I don't work on PDF.
Well, the PDF is generated from your visualization templates.
I don't work with PDF. I don't look at it.
Yeah, you don't even look at it, you mean? Yeah, okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm George.
Yes, George.
Sorry, because this thing may relate also to TED. So I would suggest, like in the previous questions, if it's possible to send us more details, more information, and we will look at it. Okay, it may be the TED viewer or it may be the visualization of TED. So it's better to have something tangible to look at, and then we will tackle it. Okay.
Thank you, George.
Was I heard or?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, I was
Okay.
looking for you in the room, but
No, I'm a couple of floors above you, so don't worry.
and we allowed you. We left his microphone open. Yeah. So, okay.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay. Thanks. Next one's for you.
The next one is for me. When will the single market scoreboard to be updated with information for 2023? It will be Q1 next year.
The follow-up to the question about, now we're getting questions about the answers we've already given. So is there any ceiling new? Is it correctly that you expect we should develop more code to data analyze to find an abnormally low tender? But how? That's assuming the data has been published. Huh? A winning tender.
Abnormally low tenders. This information will not be published. It's available through the tenders. So when you have an evaluation system that has the information, instruction information, you might be able to have some algorithms to look also into past information, data from past tenders, to say this might be abnormally low. Or what you can also say is, this is what we expect. If the value is below 30%, below it, it must be abnormally low. So there might be some possibilities for the buyers to support them in this process.
This was a question, I think it was a comment while we were discussing something else. So just to I think most people know, but it is quite subtle. We have, according to the eForms regulation, we have, well, depends how you count them, like 5 forms: so planning, contract, competition, result, VAT, contract modification, and now pre-market completion and pre-market pre-market consultation now. And these are forms. It makes a mistake. It also says that change is a form, but that's not true. A change is a change to an existing form. So those are the basic forms. Then you have notice type, which is introduced in the first table, the first annex in the regulation, which maps notice types to their directives and their articles. And then if you go into the big annex, or the old Select table it's been called, so also available in an Excel, you have subtypes, which are the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so sometimes we talk about everything a bit interchangeably: form, notice type, subtype, but in fact there's like those 3 layers. So you can have a competition form, contract notice standard is a notice type, and then 16, 17, 18, because it's split by the 3 directives, which are almost the same, but not quite. So that's just to, I think most people have seen it and lived with it for now, but that's how it works. So how long will API version 1 still be supported? It possibly depends the numbering you get on your APIs today. Some say V1, some say V2. The numbering, no?
There's no API 1.
No?
The oldest API we have is V2.
V2, okay.
And we answered the question before.
Whatever you're using today is still supported. Whatever.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
and TED has V3, so it's a bit confusing. But yeah, whatever API you're using today is the one we'll keep, for a while, by the summer at least, and we'll see where you are in the summer. For simplification, we have a concrete proposal. Lot and part mapping to the same fields in XML. The only difference is that the root parent of lot and part has different schema attributes. As we have subtypes, I think we could reduce the fields if we merge the part and lot, and I don't see the benefit. It will simplify a lot if you remove that. So a part is like a lot in a planning notice in 1 to 9, because it's not a lot yet. And once it may grow up, the planning part might grow up to be a lot, which I know even translates terribly in some languages, because part and lot is actually the same thing. And why the hell did we create this distinction? I don't know. So yeah, maybe we could just call everything lots, even if it's in a planning notice. But we have an ontology intervention.
Yes, so I would object to this, in fact, because they're conceptually different things, okay? So a lot inherits from a procedure, and you can have a procurement project or something that has a part, which would be an idea, but also a procedure and a lot. So semantically, they're not the same thing. And I would like to say that when we're designing these new things in the eForms and things, we need to look at the ontology to see if the things are semantically the same or associated or linked. That's my input.
Get close to a microphone.
Get close to the microphone,
Yes, a big difference between part and lots is that parts may be subdivided to create lots, or they may also be combined. So conceptually, it's different.
But thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah, so I was a bit flippant, but in fact, they have different names because they're different things.
Yeah, they're different names because they're different things. And I'll add to what Eve said, like a part can become a procedure, or it can become a lot, which is part of a procedure. So.
And in the ontology, you call them parts?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember. I don't know. We call them planned procurement part, apparently.
At least you give them a better name or a fuller name. Yeah. Okay, so
we aim to be clear.
You're just showing off now. Okay, Pietro, it's not a problem. This is the validation of your contract award notice. Pietro, just get in touch with us so we can see what's going on. I don't know what's going on. So, we don't underevaluate the problems, but we don't change the SDK that is submitted to us. So I don't know what's going on. I believe the question with the EFX visitor pattern that came up twice was not actually about the visitor pattern.
Yeah, I read that.
That's all good.
Okay, yes, okay. So it's not about the visitor or listener patterns, etc. But it says, let me read it. I believe the question with EFX pattern, visitor pattern that came up twice was not actually about the pattern, but about open sourcing usable example code that applies EFX expression to a valid notice visual model JSON. So therefore, you're thinking of using EFX to transform a visual, a JSON file that contains the visual model in order to visualize it, instead of transforming XML. Well, honestly, I didn't even think of that, but yes, you can do it. We don't plan to write a translator for this. But if you write in Java, it should be fairly straightforward to create a translator that translates JSON to HTML or PDF by reusing the EFX toolkit. If you're not writing Java, then, well, you'll need an EFX toolkit for your language, which also we don't plan to implement anytime soon. So, yeah, we don't plan to do this. It's a good idea. If you're writing Java, you can use the EFX toolkit to create this in a fairly reasonable effort.
That's hard.
I don't know what Nicolas says because he was looking at me.
Not sure.
Nicolas, is that a good idea or you?
I wasn't thinking about.
No, you were not listening. Okay, it's okay.
No.
It's okay. It's okay.
I don't think he has to worry about that. So that's where he was not listening.
Well,
you have to worry about what you have to worry
I
about.
got the impression that he was looking at me with interest in what I said. So it was just my. I'm not always interpreting people.
He's a great listener. Okay, the next question, pattern lot, we just covered. So indeed, we clarified that. They are not the same thing. EFX is a template engine. We've discussed it. We're not going to reconsider it. So that is fair enough.
Wait. Let's read. We have to read. And whether business entities with existing template technologies is the better choice for the presentation. We can tailor view templates in safe ways. Breaking changes in event kills. Okay. Look, you're touching a lot of things. I'm not dismissing what you're saying, but there is a reason for EFX. If you want, we can have a discussion about this. So let's take it to the forums and maybe we can have a call later to discuss this. I mean, I'm interested in all these viewpoints, but I cannot just dismiss EFX because of somebody likes another engine. So we've been through a lot in order to arrive to this point. And we aim to get to a better point, but not just, in 5 minutes, okay? So try to open the discussion in the forums, and we'll talk about this. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're down to the last two questions. We might make it on time, so I'll try and come. This is a comment which is true. We're probably about 100+ different organizations, all building more or less the same application. For submitting notices, yes, you all have your own platforms, so it's the integration with different applications.
It's an important realization, yes. But what is there a follow-up conclusion?
Well,
I mean, this is a nice statement, but
follow-up conclusion: could you have done it without the SDK?
No. The follow-up. No. What do they really mean? We have 100 different organizations, all bidding more or less the same application. This is an important statement because it's true. The thing is, everybody has their own platforms. We cannot replace them. And the reason that we are approaching the problem the way we are is because exactly we cannot change this fact. Now, does this realization imply that, okay, what if in the future somebody comes up and says, look, I have a platform that will replace them all? Okay, I don't think this is possible. But yeah, okay, if somebody wants to rule the world with one platform for everything, for me, what we tried to do here is we tried to do something that we can control in a reasonable manner. It is not simplistic. Maybe to some extent it seems complex, but at least it allows us to bring all these different platforms. And yes, at the highest level, it's the same application, but at the individual, local, national level or institutional level, they're quite different. Different resources, different experiences, different needs, different legislative environments. So, yeah, it's a nice point, but I don't know where to take it.
There's a smile. So
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. It's just, yeah, okay, yes, it's pun intended, I think, yes.
But yeah, we're all in it together. Last question. Sorry, there was one more. It was about, can we number the subsections on the PDF? Possibly, we'll have a look. So instead of section 1, I think we do it already, yeah? Yeah. I think maybe even we have 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. We have two levels in the PDFs, I think. Yes. So you can cite quite closely. If you want to cite even lower, I think it would be a bit overwhelming because every field will have a numbered prefix. And then we might as well put the business terms. So if, again, get in touch if there's anything specific that would help. So feedback's always welcome. Paul has a point. Sorry.
Yeah, it's possible the person is referring to a section like terms of procurement, which itself contains a number of subsections which are not numbered, and then those subsections contain a number of lines. So when you look at the HTML, the PDF, I notice some parts of it, 1.1 and 1.2 are quite short and easy to see, but particularly the terms of procurement is quite large and it has only one number. So it might be worthwhile us considering whether we want to number those subsections. Certainly it's possible.
Thanks, Paul. So breaking up the bigger chunks into smaller ones so they're easier to cite. Okay. So that's the end of the questions. We managed in time, yeah, despite our attempts. Stay on Slido. There's a feedback survey. It'll stay open for another day or two. You can answer it later just to see what you thought about the event. There's some general questions, what you liked, because we'd like to see you again. And I'll pass it back to Luca to finish off.
Now should be better. So don't worry, the agenda says half an hour, but I will be much shorter. First, I would like to try a recap of these 2 great days and some words of thanks. Thanks all for attending this first TED Together event that took place in an hybrid mode. We are happy we were able for the first time to have external participants in our new building here in Mercier, but we had also online some hundreds participants, very active, I must say, and this also combination in presence online with Slido really, I think, was a very, very effective and an interesting way to have such a meeting. Thanks to all the speakers for their interesting contribution, to my OP colleagues, to the OP experts. Thanks to MC from DG Grow, our colleague at the Commission. And thanks to our external contribution to Lily and Daniel that brought, I think, complementary perspectives from public body reusing that data and from a private eSender that is providing a service. Thanks really to all attendees for their engaging questions and fruitful discussion. During these 2 days, we have received many news and updates, both from a business and from a technical point of view. We've seen examples, case studies, best practices, but also problems and issues. We've looked at future possibilities, direction, and goals. I would like to thank really all questions and remarks, even the most critical, because they stimulate us to provide a continuously improving service. Secondly, I would like to look a bit at what I would call the big picture, because I think we are facing a window of opportunity. A recurring theme during these 2 days has been the future of EU public procurement. We learned a lot of possibilities and plans for the future, both from an implementation level, technical point of view, technical specifications, novelties for eForms, SDKs, ESPD, the eProcurement Ontology, the new TED open data service that we announced here. But we also saw how the environment in which we are operating will change in the coming years. In 2025, Mark Christopher announced the revision of the third revision of the implementing Commission regulation on eForms, and that will be a process that will go along the whole 2025. And much bigger, the new Commission announced the revision of the EU public procurement legal framework. Here, your contribution is very important. The policy process at EU level is an open process, and you have various possibilities to contribute, including through meetings such as this one. There will be an online consultation open on the directives, on the evaluation, and then later on the new proposed text. And really, we would like you, with your different hats, we know that there are people that will be able to contribute either on the expert side or member state side, and so on. Please contribute to this changing process. In conclusion, I would like to stress one term that was at the center of these 2 days, is the term community, that was also mentioned by Hilde Hardeman, Director General of the Publications Office. We are happy that probably for the first time we brought together different communities around TED. That we've been doing in the past, having meetings with a different community, but this time we went a step further, trying to build a single big community around TED. This community is unified by 2 aspects. One is the passion for data, and the other is the commitment to delivery a quality service. We hope you are enjoying being part of this process. This is an open process. We will continue next year to organize meetings of the different segments that are building up this community. We'll have, as usual, the eSender workshop. The next one will be in March. We'll have the ESPD open user community also in March. We'll have a user workshop in May, and yet to be planned, but probably around mid-year, the eProcurement group. But we are planning to make this TED Together event a regular meeting, at least once a year, so we will announce as soon as possible the second edition of the TED Together, probably during the end of next year. A reminder for those that have not yet done it, on the TED Developer Portal, you can create an account and you can register either as an eSender or as a user, so that you will be updated and you will receive regular updates and announcements concerning meetings and activities. With this, I would remind you to, I don't know if we want to show it again, to complete the feedback questionnaire. Again, is in the spirit of improving the way we are conducting meetings, and it was a pleasure really for me and for all my colleagues to have you here. Thanks, goodbye, and have a safe trip back for those who are in the meeting room. Thanks again.